What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Oh, my desk is too tall now. How's everybody doing? Oops. Wrong view. Must have hit a keybind or something. But how's everybody doing? Gonna get started in just a second. I'm just doing some Steam stuff. Linking for pages and everything. Doesn't seem to be linking for some reason. Don't know what's up with that. But yeah, we officially have 1 week until release, which is pretty crazy. So yeah, gotta get things moving. Time is ticking, correct? Yeah. So that's gonna be pretty crazy. Oh, I forgot to save as Android. I guess I can add in Android support for the soundtrack because it's just music. I don't see why it technically wouldn't support Android. So I'm just gonna throw that in. Yeah, I did send in the soundtrack for review, but unfortunately I forgot a thing with the art. The everything else is fine, where you can just do it's like the same as the regular store page, but specifically the vertical capsule has to have the OST logo. So it's quite unfortunate. So I gotta resubmit that. Might just do that really quick right now. But yeah, we're gonna try and get this next update finished. So let's dive into things here. So right here, failed to review. The header and small capsules already have one, which is so having just the game name is fine. So specifically, vertical capsule. So that's the only one we have to update, I presume. So if we go into edit store page, we can go into graphical assets, and then there's this vertical capsule right here. So does not come with a little banner. See, these ones have this little like music banner, right? But this one for some reason doesn't. It's the only one. It's just stupid. So we have to go fix it. I made the reeling minigame epic. I drew some new assets and stuff for it. There's like the reel. I'll show that off here in just a second. But let's just go do the vertical capsule really quick. Is the mic better? Sorry about that. It's so annoying. I really wish it would stop doing that. Okay, so there's our logo. We have the OST logo in here. This guy. Discard the autosave. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Spencer. How are you doing? Alright, so we're just going to take this funny guy and put him right here. Have to get the sizing correct. A little smaller. Oops, I'm not unlocking proportion. Right there. That's good enough. Okay, vertical height. About right there. Alright. What's this other layer? Oh, that's the border. Let's call it that. So now I'm going to go in here. We're going to copy the layer style and paste layer style. Boom. There we go, guys. Layered in OST. Yeah, it's a little annoying that we have to do that, but whatever. Vertical capsule OST. Let's go save this as a PNG. All right, now we go upload this again. And hopefully we'll be good to go now. What is it? Assets. Lured in. That's the album cover. We have Lured in a Vertical Capsule OST. Vertical Capsule. Yep, I confirm. Check it. Boom. All right, so we should be good to go now. Just gonna make sure everything is saved. Very annoying, but it is what it is. I don't know if it'll probably, unfortunately, have to be a bit after launch now for the soundtrack, which sucks, because I wanted to get it out with the launch of the game, but I don't know if Steam is going to let me do that. I might have to send in like a little request for it and be like, hey guys, is it okay if we just like release the soundtrack right away? Right, because it has to be 2 weeks after the coming soon thing or whatever, which is really annoying. The files are approved, so everything there is fine, but yeah, it's just frustrating. I do want to preview the store page. Let's take a look. Okay, in beta mode. Okay, so everything here looks good. That little soundtrack, it shows the list of tracks. The artist and composer, the additional high quality. Shows right there, additional high quality audio. So yeah, everything is good to go. All right, mark ready as review. Let's double check, make sure, because I don't want to have to send it in again because I did something stupid. Let's absolutely make sure. Yes, Lurden OST. All right, let's go back. Do you have to pay a new $100 to upload a soundtrack? You do not. So there's a lot of these like sub pages of the main page that are just free. So I'll show you which ones are. All right, that's been submitted. So now we got to wait again. Hopefully they'll do it quick. But yeah, any like tool or demo or DLC or playtest page, all of that stuff is completely free. So I don't want you guys to see the calendar because I think that's like you guys aren't allowed to see it. But if I go to the main page of Lurden here, so the button is here now, guys. You can see there's like these different sub IDs. I don't know where they are here, but you can create all these different things, or yeah, all associated packages. So you can make a demo, a playtest, a soundtrack, and a tool all for free, right? So yeah, it's very nice. See, this is another reason why Steam is epic and why the $100 is nothing. Like the $100 is just there as like a temporary, like, it's like a security deposit just to make sure that you're not going to upload garbage to Steam, you know? And that's one of the reasons why, I mean, Steam has a lot of garbage, but it's not nearly as bad as something like the App Store where it's like, there's a lot of platforms that have garbage because it's free to upload on them, especially like Itch. Don't get me started. But, you know, that's why they do it. And you get the money back. If you make more than $1,000, you get your money back. So it doesn't even mean anything. It's nothing. So it's fine. Sharing is caring, don't you know? I would share, but I think I get like having a Steamworks account, I can see this stuff earlier than normal. So I think I would get in trouble if I showed everybody. I don't know for sure. I bet Steam doesn't really ever enforce that, obviously, but I don't want to do anything I'm not supposed to. But yeah, you can see the demo here, the playtest, the soundtrack. I don't really have any reason to have a tool here. If I create some kind of like modding tool, then that would be useful to put in here, but maybe one day we'll do that. But who knows? Oh. And these are some other special, you can also do free DLCs, obviously. You don't have to pay for a DLC, that would kind of suck. And the free weekend packages and commercial packages. So, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Steam gives you so much for $100 that you get back anyways, you know what I mean? And yeah, they take a cut of your earnings, but like, of course they would, because they have to maintain their servers and keep the platform going, you know? So, I don't know. I've always felt, to me, it feels like a very good deal. Yeah, it's fine. You get so much stuff. I mean, like, imagine, like, if you bought, like, a tool that gave you multiplayer APIs and achievements and lobbies and all of these tons and tons and tons of features. That would cost you like $1 billion. It'd be like $10,000, but you get it all for a temporary deposit of 100 forever, lifetime, you know? And you can use it as much as you want. There's no like rate limiting, you know? They don't like say, stop, you can't use our API anymore. You can use it as much as you want. So it's great. Steam is epic, guys. Hey, Mossville Studios, welcome back in. How are you? I really enjoyed your demo. Looking forward to playing the full game. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's coming up soon. Only 1 week away. So we've got to lock in, as I said in the announcement for stream. I think we're at a pretty good spot, though. I mean, I decided to not work on a couple different features I was originally planning on doing, just because, and it's probably a good idea, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get them done in time. So I think it's the right move. But yeah, it's fine. And they supply you with servers? Exactly, yeah. It's insane. So yeah, they have like their whole like system where you can pass through your like networking through Steam, like networking servers, right? So it just makes it so easy. I mean, I still think if you have like a public server, you'd have to host that yourself, but they do a lot of the hard work for you. Can you explain how Ascension works? So basically, Ascension, you activate the Ascension and you like restart from the beginning, but you get what's called Ascension points. And those let you buy some different upgrades that are like permanent, really powerful things. So there's like some in there that like just flat doubles your income or doubles your research amount and stuff like that. So, yeah, it is worth it long term. Ascension can really speed up the game. It kind of lets you like get to the later zones much easier, right? So that's what that's all about. Yeah, there's all these different things in here. Offline, like multipliers and stuff to increase your offline time. Or offline pots, lucky hook. All that good stuff. Yeah. Essentially reach a max passive income and helps break the ceiling. Sort of. I mean, it's like a soft cap. Like, there's nothing that necessarily stops you from just never ascending. But a lot of the stuff in here can significantly help, like, because it's, I mean, some people don't like Ascension mechanics, and I can understand it. I don't like Ascension when it's more than one layer deep. Some people, in some games, it's like, you ascend, and then you ascend again on top of that to reset your first ascension to get, like, even more points. And, like, that, to me, is a little cheap, doing that kind of system. But this is a way that I can, like, kind of allow people to play through the game again in, like, a new way, in a way, right? Where it's like, okay, now you can play through again, and you have these synergy bonuses. So I think it just helps add a lot more gameplay to the game. And with, like, random fish drops and stuff, too, it is kind of fun to go through again, I feel like. Because you never know what fish you're gonna get. Unless you get every single fish, but that's pretty insane. But yeah, it really helps. And then you also get this multiplier depending on how much ascension points you have, so not many. Will there be another thing that doesn't have a limit on the boost, like ascensions? That doesn't have a limit on the boost. What do you mean by... So basically just another Ascension system? Or... I probably won't ever do anything like Ascension again. Because like I was saying, I think it gets pretty annoying if you have multiple Ascension layers. So... was it hard for you to balance the math on passive versus sell incomes? Yeah, I mean, it's always... Balancing is very hard. That's, like, I'd say the hardest part of making an incremental game is just making sure everything feels you know, like good in terms of how much money you're making and stuff like that. So it's always hard. With the sell values and stuff of your fish, I kind of base it around, like, it's kind of inflated right now because of my ascension points, but how much it costs to travel there. So like the jungle costs $100,000. So if you catch a rare Arapaima, it makes that trip worth it, right? And it's really hard because the thing is like these values, the passive incomes are like a base value, because you're gonna have a lot of multipliers to this base passive income. So you kind of have to remember that part of it too. Because it's not just going to be 96, it's going to be 96 times the level of advertising and merchandise that I have, right? If I have a bunch of merchandise upgrades, now it's 480. So that's the hard part about balancing this game, is just because these values change, right? They're not a constant, because it depends on what upgrades you have and stuff. So it can be quite tricky, I'm not gonna lie, but I think they seem to be decently balanced between income and sell value. If anything, it probably increased the sell value more, but you know, it's really hard to say. Because also you have to be careful not to make progression just instant. Because it's like, okay, I'm gonna go to the jungle, boom, sell all my guys, I have $1 billion, go buy a bunch of researchers and go to the coral reef. It's like basically just skipping the jungle zone altogether, so it's complicated. But math-wise, it's pretty easy. It's just a matter of design, so. When ascending, you get a 0.2 multiplier, and the money required to ascend just keeps going up forever, so there's, okay, yeah. So there's no limit to how high that multiplier can be, I see, yeah. Yeah, so you're just specifically talking about like a system like that, like a multiplier to your income that just keeps going up forever. I mean, to be fair, we already have a lot of those in a way. Like the merchandise never really becomes infinite. Like you can always buy more merchandise to multiply your income. Same with the advertising. So there is a lot of stuff like that. I don't know, maybe one day I'll have another system kind of like that. It's hard to say though, right? I don't know if it probably wouldn't be like a permanent thing. I think Ascension is the only thing that persists between Ascensions, right? There are some things that persist, like your Fishpedia persists. So there's a few things, but yeah, I just don't know what form that would come in, to be honest. So it's hard to say, but maybe if there's a opportunity for it in the future, I could see doing it. My main feedback from the demo was a way to tell when your pots are full in locations, because it's expensive to go and check. Yeah, that's totally fair. It would be nice to know. Yeah, because I do have a little icon for when there is a pot there, but there's no way to know whether it's actually filled, so. I could see doing that as like a little research or something in here, branching off from the pots. That's like pot sensor. Tells you when your pots are full. Yeah, exactly. Just like the tank sensor research. So yeah, we could probably do that. Yeah, let me show you guys the new minigame. So it's all working pretty well now. I added in like the sound and stuff. The only thing I have to do is change this text down here. But you can see, boom, you rotate it around a bunch and you catch a fish. So I might make the required number of rotations slightly less. I mean, I want you to have to rotate it enough to feel like there's, you know, something to do, but I'm gonna lower the time limit a tiny bit. And then let's change this instead of like 100 to like 75. So it should be like 25% less rotations. We'll see how that feels. Might have to do more, but I don't want to go too far with it. And then, yeah, we need to change the text that appears there, because it says right here, rotate input. So input's going to have to change, because I had this get cast input dictionary. That must be different now. So yeah. Probably going to copy this function and do another one. That's like get rotation input dictionary. So this is going to be not the Steam Deck button, but Steam Deck. There's like a joystick, right? Or it's probably just stick. So we have stick. That's just left. I don't see one for like rotating the stick. So that's fine. So we're just going to say stick L. So Steam Deck stick L.svg. And then for this one, I'm not going to say or and all that stuff. I'm just going to say rotate mouse, if we can do that. Let's go see if we have just a mouse icon. Yeah, we just have mouse SVG, so that should be better now. We just have string. Yeah, either of those. All right, so now we're going to call get rotation input dictionary on that minigame. Shouldn't have to retranslate anything because it's like the same thing. Or actually, we do need to add a new key for rotate. So we need to add rotate input. Let's go into here. Do that really quick. There are going to be some new components that we're going to have to do that with. Oops. Translations. English. Rotate input. And let's go specify what this means. Key for input prompt for specific actions where you to rotate an input around. In this case, either your mouse or the left joystick. All right. So that's in there now. And I think I'm trying to remember which ones are new. We got that guy in there now. I will have to translate the new tutorial key for this minigame, but we'll do that. How'd you come up with the minigames? As far as there was more than one, they're all really good. Thank you. Yeah, those are honestly kind of hard to come up with. And I mean, not necessarily the ideas behind them, but just to make sure that there's a lot of like things I have to check off my list, you know? They've got to be simple enough to where I can kind of boil it down to one input, right? Because I don't want, like, controller support is hard because you don't have that many keys to press on a controller. So that kind of like eliminates the possibility of doing games that requires more than one input, you know? So that's always something where I'm like, okay, I can't do like a, you know, quick time event where it's like press J, okay, now K and E. I can't really do that on controller very easily because it just becomes a key binding nightmare, you know, and it's bad for accessibility too. So that's like one big design constraint. And then also it's like, I have to make sure it's easy enough, but you know, cause I don't want like catching a fish to be impossible. So yeah, there's just a lot of design constraints that makes it hard. What is it called? What is it called? Lucid chart. But I have like a list of different ideas down on here. Get out of here, Lucid AI. Right over here. I have just a bunch of different ideas, and like initially we just did like a brainstorm of all these things, but now I'm realizing there's a lot in here that just don't make sense anymore, right? Because with controller support, it's like it just doesn't work. So for example, like a random key pressing or even a rhythm game requires a lot of different binds, right? I mean, on a controller, you can just use the analog stick and move it in the right direction, but even then, it's still sort of, I don't know. But yeah, there's just a lot. Rhythm clicking we kind of already have in a way, because it's like the Oregon Trail repair minigame where you have like the hook that goes across and you have to time it, so it's really hard to say. This one would probably be more like that one mini game in that Nintendo game or whatever, or that one where there's the nails and the hammer and you have to go like, you know, like time the hammer hits, right? So I could see doing something like that. Maybe that'll be one of the next ones, who knows? But yeah, it's really hard. So, but one thing I always try and do, I think that helps is like I try and think of a mechanism of fishing. So like with this mini game, I was like, okay, what is like a thing that you do while you're fishing, right? And you reel in the rod. When you catch a fish, you grab the reel and you reel it. So that makes me think like, okay, well maybe I can like do that as a mini game. So that's always a really good way to go about it, I think, is think of ways to integrate it, of like taking a real physical mechanic and making that a mini game, right? So I think that always really helps me brainstorm things. It's still hard though. Yeah, definitely not gonna lie. It's a lot of work. Then this works well on here. You can see it says rotate L now. You just rotate that around a little bit. And then on keyboard, it'll show the mouse icon, so. Pixel art is really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been happy with visually how the game has turned out so far. Yeah. Hopefully the arrows on the reel help people understand like what direction it's supposed to rotate in. Yeah, I think that's it for that minigame then. Seems to be working, so. Yeah, minigame's surprisingly hard. It's more how can you design around tapping or clicking? Yeah, right. It's like you're given this massive restriction of like one key press, and it's like, okay, how do I do that now? Technically, I strayed away from that a tiny bit with this reeling minigame, but everybody has an analog stick, you know? Like, I don't think anyone doesn't, so maybe some people don't. If that does become a problem, then I can add an option to disable those kinds of minigames, but I think this one's okay, because you don't need to rebind your analog stick, you know? It's just not really a thing, so. But yeah. And the lighter in the photos. Oh, yeah, that one too. What is that game called? I think that's actually a standalone game. The one with the lighter. I can't remember what it's called, though. Game where you burn photos with lighter. Melatonin? I don't think this is the game, guys. One of the levels requires you to light up photos with a lighter. Well, maybe it is. Oh, yeah, I think it is. Okay, I guess it's just like one specific part of the game. Because I don't even see it in the screenshots. Maybe it's in the trailer. Come on, show me the lighter. Thank you, Steam. The fish is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how exactly that one would work, but it'd be kind of crazy. So yeah, this whole game is like a rhythm timing game, right? Osu vibe. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, that seems pretty cool. But yeah, I could see doing something along the lines of that, like a rhythm thing. Not necessarily rhythm in the sense of like Friday Night Funkin', because that requires 4 different keybinds, but something like that with the like just timing one key press could totally be an option. So rhythm clicking is the one I would say best goes under that. So yeah, I'm probably going to change these now to where when it's just black, that's just neutral, but then when it's red, that's like 1F flagged is like probably not going to work. So I think I'll do that. So like, I mean, button mashing, we already kind of have that. I think I'm just going to make that one red. Yeah, random, all of these, I think are all going to be red. So yeah. Don't know about these yet. I'd have to think those through more. Have I played Corner Pond? Oh yeah, I haven't played it, but I've seen it around. It's a pretty popular one, isn't it? Yeah. It's just a circle appears and you can click it, then a new circle pops up. Ah, yeah. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I've seen this game though. Seems like a fun little thing. Just kind of sits in the corner. Rack up cash. You can unlock bait. Appearance. Guppy. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I've never really liked desktop apps like this because it just kind of becomes a visual clutter on my screen. It's cool. I could see why some people would like this sort of thing, but me personally, I'm not a fan of the desktop stuff. It just becomes annoying in my opinion. Because it's like, I have so much stuff on my screen already. I don't need another little guy fishing in the corner. But it's cool though. Some people do really like it. There's clearly a demand for it. So, because there's a lot of games like that, the desktop buddies or whatever you call them, that do well. Yeah, like this is one I know that's like really popular. You got all these little guys at the bottom that you buy and stuff. And then you've also got like Rusty's Retirement is another one, which that one, like, it looks cool, but it's a lot of screen real estate. It's like half your screen, you know? So I just don't know if that seems very... when I play a game, it's either I'm playing the game or I'm not playing the game, you know what I mean? So I'd rather just have it as like an actual game window instead of just being permanently there on my desktop. But Geometry Dash is a minigame. Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, we could do that. That'd be kind of crazy. Yeah, we can write that one down. Get black. Yo, Nick, what's up? Welcome in. Rusty's Retirement is fun. You can sidebar it and resize it. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of scaling options and stuff, of course. But I don't know. I just wish it was a normal game window. I would probably be more inclined to buy it if it was a normal game window, you know? I mean, is there an option to do that? Or is it only locked in as the weird bottom half thing, you know? Because, yeah, I don't know. It's not a whole lot to do with Rusty's Retirement, to be honest. All you'll be able to do is pick a job. Or, like, you're saying that's all you can do in Rusty's Retirement? Is just pick, like, what he does? Geometry Dash is for the memes, but why not write it down? Might as well, though. I could see, like, not literally Geometry Dash, but, like, a way kind of doing that, like jumping mechanic, maybe. Maybe it's like, there's like a fish jumping and you have to, I don't know, we could figure it out. Yeah, the desktop things are just idle games, really? Yeah, they pretty much are. They're just, yeah, normal idle games, but on your desktop now. Oh yeah, also Flappy Bird, yeah. Have I played Universal Paperclips? I have, yeah. That's a pretty fun one. It's been around for a long time now. At the bottom of your screen bundle, there's a bunch in here. Oh wow, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of these like fishing-oriented idle screen games, right? I think it's just because fishing itself is so idle, it kind of makes sense. But I don't think I'm gonna ever do that with Lurden. Lurden is more so of a full game. It's more of like a, not a little like on the screen do nothing game. It's like a tycoon game. So it's different. It's almost like a shop simulator in a way, you know? Like it is an incremental game, but like you're buying things and you decorate like a building and stuff, so it's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, Universal Paperclips is good. I don't know why they don't have like a Steam version of that or something, unless they do. Let's see. Yeah, it would be cool if they had that though. But it's fun. I don't know if I have a game. Apparently I made 6 paperclips. There, now we'll go to 10. Yeah, I've played it a bunch. The mobile version is fun because they have sort of like a quasi-ascension system where you like travel to these different like coordinates in the universe and acquire artifacts that you can apply that make things go faster. It's kind of cool. So it's fun. I guess this is way newer than I thought. I guess I just looked at the UI and I'm like, old game. But no, apparently it's only from 2017, so it's interesting. Apparently this is the guy that made it. Interesting. It can be vertical. Don't know if it can be on the left, but certainly can be on the right side of the screen. Yeah. NS's viewers can only do water, biofuel, harvest. Oh, so like it integrates with Twitch commands? That's what you're saying, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I always have thought about something like that specifically for the stream, you know? It wouldn't necessarily be like a, whatever you call it. Ugh. It wouldn't be like a standalone game, maybe, but just something that exclusively Twitch viewers can control and interact with would be kind of neat. So, how about the shell game for a mini game? Shell game. There's like the one inside of Insane Aquarium. Is that the one you're talking about? Does anyone even know? Or is this the shell game you mean? Where you have to pick the right one? Yeah, I could maybe see something like that. I guess the hard part with this would be like, how do I associate it with fishing? The others, I feel like I've been able to do that mostly. So I've been trying to do that more, especially from now on. Like, the first couple ones aren't super fishing related, like specifically the Dead by Daylight generator one with the circle and you have to time it. I would like to make that one more like actual fishing, but I'll have to figure out how. But I could see maybe something like this. Yeah, I just have to think about how does it become fish. Hey, Yoshik, welcome in. How's it going? Fishing the Abyss. I can look that one up. Fishing the Abyss. Game Maker! Oh, yeah. It's like a bunch of different guys and stuff you can catch. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I just wish that these kinds of games had a full screen option, you know? Because I don't want it locked to the side of my screen. I want it to be a standalone window that I can move around and resize, you know? So, it's kind of sad. I don't know. I just wish more had options to display in both ways. Yeah, I didn't think I'd like paperclips, but now hooked. Yeah, it's one of those games that seem very like, you know, I don't know if this game is really that good. And then you play a little bit and you're like, okay, this is kind of epic. Actually, I'm making my paperclips. And then I don't want to spoil the game, but then it gets crazy and you're like, whoa, this is way more insane than I thought it was. Fish hides, yeah, like behind a rock or something. I could see doing that, possibly. There's probably ways I could make it work. You can write it down. Shell game. Cups with thing under them. The mini games you have are enough. Yeah, I mean, we've got a decent amount, I'd say. If I do, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily bad to do a bunch more. It's one of those things where I guess I could see having too many mini games and then it becomes like too much work to have to learn all the different ones. So that is something that I kind of want to avoid. But there's a really easy way to get around that, which is just kind of make the mini games exclusive to certain regions or something, you know? So I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. We just have to have a lot of mini games in order to do that, right? So if we get a bunch in the future, then what I'll probably do is make it where each new region introduces a new mini game and removes an old one. So by the time you're like at the final region, it's completely a new set of mini games, right? Yo, thank you for the cheese time. I appreciate it. I think it would just be a nice little thing like that. If we have enough, I could see that working. So, yeah, thank you for the cheese times. Oh God. I've been playing many simulation games. Love Schedule 1. Yeah, I do really like a lot of different simulation games. Simulation is such a massive genre, so it's kind of like there's a million types of simulation games, right? But yeah, I've played Schedule 1. It's pretty fun. I've said before, I do need to go back and play it more because I didn't really play that much of it. But yeah, like I've played a lot of city simulator games. Like City Skylines, I have so many hours in this game. 500, almost 600. And then also we've got like RimWorld, I would say, is a type of simulator game. We've got over 1,000 in that game. What are other simulator games? Games where you simulate. I have so many games. Mad Games Tycoon. This is a game about making games. It's pretty epic. I guess it's out of early access now. I need to play it sometime. You should look at Mario Party for mini games. Yeah, that'd probably be a good source of ideas. Sorry about all the cheese, guys. I do have infinite channel points. Yeah. I am infinite rich, guys. I am the richest man in the world. You're only ranking me by a number of big boy bucks. Nah, no more cheese. I'm not gonna. I've pledged my oath that I will never contribute to the cheese unless an error has happened and I must. WarioWare could be useful. Oh yeah, that's like just old mini games, right? Yeah, I could look into that stuff. Luckily, there are a lot of ways to kind of integrate fishing into mini games, you know, so it's not like too hard. Ugh. Eyes itchy. Okay. Ooh, but look at it. Jeez. Oh yeah, did I ever make it so the money is persistent? I can't remember. Nope, it goes away. Maybe one day I'll make the money persistent, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Oh yeah, trading card simulator. Trading card game simulator. TCG shop or whatever. This one. I haven't played this one, but yeah, it seems interesting. It's like it's like there's like another sub-genre of simulator games that are like these kinds of games in particular, where it's like supermarket spin-offs basically, right? Because you've got like Supermarket Simulator. This one's really big. I guess same with Trading Game Simulator too. Yeah, it can be fun. I do think sometimes these games are way too grindy, but they're fun though. That's the thing about the simulation genre, is there's just so many different ways you could simulate, you know? Like you could do something like this where it's like you're running like a shop, or simulating things in other ways. It's just it's an enormous genre, you know, simulation. You have like car simulators. Incremental games are basically simulators too, if you think about it. But there's so many. There's a billion. I really like games like this, like Planet Zoo and stuff, where you like build things, you know, and make money. It's just fun. It's a fun genre. Yeah, there's 54,000 simulator games. That's quite a few, guys. There's just a lot. Oh yeah, American Truck Simulator is a freaking classic, guys. Nomad Drive. This looks familiar. I don't know, guys. This reminds me a little bit of The Long Drive, doesn't it? It's literally The Long Drive. What? But it actually kind of looks better than The Long Drive. Hold up. I really like this. This is crazy. Like with the sanding and stuff, you actually like, it's not just magically done for you. It uses like a dynamic texture. It's actually kind of crazy. It's like the cleaning minigame in Lured In. Hold on, guys. Wait a minute. This might be kind of cracked. It's got multiplayer. You have like a whole RV that you can customize and stuff in there. I don't know. Horribly optimized. Well, I would assume. Okay, let's add it to the wish list. I don't buy games, guys, unless I can see the reviews. I never like put a game on my wish list and like I'm going to buy this day one. I might buy a like month one. See, going over to YouTube to help you get the monetization with watch time. No, goodbye Twitch. Thank you, I appreciate it, Nick. Power Wash Simulator is huge, but I found it dull. I mean, that's fair. I think I've played Power Wash Simulator 2. Did you play 1 or 2? Oh god. Power Wash Sim 2. This game has multiplayer, which is kind of fun. I think this one does have a lot more upgrades than 1. I can't remember though. I've never really played 1, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of upgrades are in this one. I do sometimes really like just the simplicity of the power washing games, though, you know? They have so many trailers, oh my god. But just the whole idea of just relaxing and cleaning stuff is kind of really fun. And then getting little upgrades and different attachments and stuff is cool. You get to, like, try new things. That's kind of epic. I'm hoping that Power Wash Simulator 2 is gonna get some updates and stuff and be cool. Though they're probably just gonna focus on DLCs. Oh, so different over here? Yeah. Yeah, I've played 2 though. It's fun. But I could totally understand that complaint though. I mean, it is like intentionally slow in a lot of ways, right? Like, but it is a very satisfying, rewarding game, I feel like, for some people. Like, I really enjoyed cleaning out like a whole place. And then it's just so great of like seeing that progression from completely covered in filth to being sparkling clean. It's like, let's freaking go. I can't believe I just did that. I need to play the Adventure Time DLC. Look, guys, you can clean the Adventure Time places. Ice King's Lair. It's crazy. The Candy Kingdom. And you get Adventure Time skins. You can clean the treehouse. What? Apparently. Oh, he's like the Jake is the lift. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, maybe I'll get this DLC. I don't know. Because Adventure Time is probably my most favorite cartoon of all time, guys. How much is it, though, you know? $8 with mixed reviews. I probably won't get it. If anything is mixed reviews, that instantly tells me it's not worth it. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe if it's like super on sale or something, but otherwise probably not. Basically every game fits under the roof of simulation RPG. Almost, yeah, almost like every game ever. They're just so broad. So I love Jurassic World making a park and filling it with different dinosaurs and releasing them. Yeah. Destroying everybody. You played 1, it's just too slow. Yeah, that's fair. I totally don't blame you. I mean, I could absolutely see how it could be too slow, right? How many reviews? So they have 7,000 on that one, and then how many do they have on 1? 38,000. Yeah, we'll see if 2 does as well as 1. Seems like it's on track too, though. Yeah, have they done actually any real content updates, or is it just DLC? Like, it's probably just DLC. Yeah. This is the problem with some of these simulator games, is there's so much DLC. DLC. There was this one update coming July 16th. Bowling alley, message archive, bug fixes. That's cool. But is there any free update stuff? The Adventure Time pack. What's this? There's a spin-off. A dating game from Power Wash. Okay. Nutsville. There's this update. This was March 10th. New features, furniture is stackable. So there's some new free stuff they've been doing too. So it's not just DLC. Okay. Oh, they probably fixed the issue where you could like get out of bounds. That's so sad. So there must have been update 1.1 then. I guess it was before launch. Interesting. Favorite anime? I don't really watch a lot of anime, so it's hard to say. I do like Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's pretty fire. I've watched all of that. I need to watch all of the movies and stuff. There's just so many. It's really complicated because like there's not like one like continuous timeline or something. All the movies are like slightly different retellings of the story and stuff. It's like really weird. I need to figure out like what actually is going on with those. But yeah, I watched the whole original anime. It was pretty good. Yeah, I guess I would probably say that. I don't know what else I would say. I mean, like I've seen others, but I don't know. I mean, look at my desktop background, guys. Hold on. You know, ignore the icons, but the scene might look familiar. It is a custom edited one. This is Ace's head. This is made in Blender. Mail time is, yeah, Dragon Ball Z, post 2010 Bleach, Modern Vinland Saga. Yeah, pretty cool. I've heard about Vinland, that one. Looks like it'd be cool. Vinland Saga, I guess is what it's called. Maybe one of these days. Yeah, I don't know. I think the issue I always have with anime is like just the filler. Like you look at some, I mean, some don't have that much filler, but like some have a lot of filler. Like Dragon Ball or Naruto and stuff like that, where it's like half the episodes are just nothing episodes, and I'm like, it's too much. You know, it's frustrating because you follow this like storyline, and then randomly in the middle there's nothing going on anymore, and you're like, what is this episode? It has nothing to do with anything. So I just, yeah. I mean, I know there's like the websites where it gives you a list of all of the filler episodes, so it's like you can just skip those ones, but it's annoying to have to like know that I'm missing out on content. It's just frustrating. I'm just like, this is stupid. But look at the episode ratings. Season 2 is super slow and felt like filler for real, but it pays off. Okay. Yo, 4-star Yelp review. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, let's see, Nick. You said Spy X Family. Yeah, I've heard about that one too. Never watched it, but I know there's like good anime out there that I would probably enjoy, but it's just hard to know which ones, you know. It's just hard to find the time. I never have the time for anything. I don't know. It's frustrating. I don't even have time that often to play games. Like, I've played Factorio a little bit recently, but like what always happens is I play for like 30 minutes and then I close the game because I have to go do stuff and work on Lured In. So it's really hard to find the time to like, I don't know, get stuff, like do things. I don't know. I mean, I can watch stuff in the background, but sometimes it's really hard to develop and also have noise in the background. It's like, I can't like pay attention to anything, so I have no idea, guys. Maybe after Lured In comes out, I'll finally have some time to mess around, so we'll see. Yeah, I never watched Naruto or One Piece all the way through. How could anyone? It would take you like so long. Oh, there's so many episodes. He's hype right now, though. Yeah. I understand the craziness for One Piece. It's much better than most animes I've come across, but nothing I'd go out of my way for. Yeah. I tried to watch the first couple episodes of One Piece because I was just curious. I'm like, why is this so popular? And I was like, I didn't like it. I'm like, this is just not my vibe. I don't know. When it comes to media that I consume, I think I'm much more on the side of like serious media. You know, like whether that's a movie or a show or an anime or anything. I want like interesting plot lines and stuff that like feel like they really mean something. And One Piece felt like it meant nothing. It's just goofy nothingness all the time. But that's why I feel like Better Call Saul is like the best show I've ever seen. Because it's like, and it's not that like it's not comedic at times, but it's just it's so cohesive and it's so like put together. It's just really good. Better Call Saul is the best ever, guys. I don't know if anything will ever top it. I'm gonna be real. I mean, maybe one day, but it's a high bar to pass. Solo leveling was dope. Pluto was a masterpiece. Yeah, seen Akira. I did watch Akira actually, just because I was like, you know, I've heard about it so much from the memes and stuff. I was like, all right, I gotta give it a watch. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. The plot line got a little weird and confusing halfway through. I was like, what's going on? But it still was very, very neat. The animation quality is ridiculous. Like, just all the scenes of like, it's so, that would take like years of people animating. It's insane. I don't know how they did that. They must have had an enormous team of people working on that, because like some of those scenes, I don't want to spoil the movie, but there's some scenes that are just so dynamic and like crazy movement and stuff. It's like, how on earth do you and it's all hand animated, I'm pretty sure, which is like absolutely mind-boggling. It's insane. I don't know. It's probably one of the most wild animations I've ever seen before. Have I seen Spy Family? I have not. No. But, you know, if anyone does have suggestions, definitely for anime, drop them in. Eventually, I'll try and watch some, because it's not like, I don't want to label it as a genre I don't like, because it really is not. It's more of a medium than a genre, right? There's like a billion different kinds of anime, so it's like, I know that there probably are some that are the kind of anime I would enjoy. It's just I've been exposed to a lot that I just don't care for. I just need to spend time researching more and understanding which ones I do and don't like, you know? I think that would help. I'm gonna open up Krita, because I think we're gonna draw some driftwood right now. I've been meaning to add that into the game, and I'm just like, yeah, let's just go do it. I mostly just consume YouTube documentaries. Yeah, I watch a lot of YouTube videos in the background usually. I'm gonna be real, YouTube is like, honestly, there's some really good videos on YouTube, you know? I always have really appreciated that about YouTube, where it's like, I can go on there and like learn real, like, actually very fascinating, cool things, you know? Which I've always really enjoyed, that aspect of it. There's a lot of really good, like, I really like all the, you know, educational science channels and stuff, honestly, just because it's just interesting information. And it's not just the usual clickbait slop. It's like, I don't know, I think learning can be fun. Yeah, there's so many different channels, though. I think sometimes it's just YouTube. The thing with YouTube is there's no like barrier to entry, and so there can be like people can just like come in and do some crazy stuff, you know. I really like watching like with gaming, like challenge videos and stuff where it's like, all right, I'm playing Kerbal Space Program but on the most absolutely top level difficulty, and it's like, it's just so interesting. It kind of reframes the way that I view games like that, because I'm like, whoa, this is like a whole new experience playing it like this way, you know? This is very neat. So I like doing that, watching that kind of stuff. Yeah, Veritasium and stuff. Yeah, like stuff like that is always really cool. So I do like those kinds of channels. And, you know, Vsauce, my goat. Vsauce is probably my most favorite science channel like that of all time. It is unfortunate he doesn't upload really anymore, but I don't know. Maybe one day. Whenever a Vsauce video comes out, it is like a super important event. I cancel everything and I lock in. I go on my computer, turn off the side monitors, and it's time for the Vsauce video. So, but yeah. Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo, if I said that right. Yeah, I can check those two out. I have been wanting to watch Cowboy Bebop at some point. It seems like it'd be neat. Do I like Warhammer? I really know nothing about Warhammer. I know that there's like big guys and in metal suits. That's about all I know. But is this what Warhammer is? It's like a tabletop game? I thought it was just like a video game. What? So it's a medieval game? Is this like they made a... This is the Warhammer I know, is like the Space Marines, right? Are these the same things? Or is Warhammer... Is this Warhammer a different kind of Warhammer? I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, it seems interesting. I don't know. I've never gotten into it. It's a lot of lore. I don't even know like where I would start, you know? Because there's like a billion different games. Like if I go on Steam, there's like a bunch. I'm pretty sure. Warhammer Dark Tide, Rogue Trader, Space Marine 2, Total War, Warhammer, Vermintide. Look how many Warhammer games there are. A lot of these are DLCs and stuff, but oh my god. I don't even know, like, this is the problem. I have no idea how to even start. There's like 100 games. What on earth, bro? Oh my god, look at all the DLC. Okay. That's insane. Jeez. So my family is by far my favorite. Yeah, no pervert stuff. Yeah, I've never liked that aspect of anime because it's kind of weird and creepy. I'm like, I don't really want to watch this happen. So I think that's another reason I usually don't care for it as much. The episodes don't necessarily flow perfectly together. There's a lot of side questing. Yeah. Had to cut down the character limit. Yeah. Should watch 2 or 3, see if you're interested. Yeah, I could check it out. Ouch. Just poked myself. Yeah, I can put that down on my list. Spy Family. Is it Spy X Family, or is it, or just removing the X? I'll listen to their podcast. Oh yeah, they have the curious. What is the name of the podcast? I can't remember, but I've seen it around. I've seen plenty of clips. How you treat face, how you treat ISH. What does ISH stand for? I don't know. Ish. Yeah, it's a tabletop game for nerds, but it's split between 40k and Warhammer, sci-fi versus medieval fantasy. Ah, okay, that makes sense. So there's like Warhammer is the medieval variant, and then 40k is the space one. Okay, interesting. Cool figures, tabletop games, video games, more than I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I can write those ones down too. All right. Yeah, I'll check those out later. Oh, Ish is a YouTuber. Just watch his Civilization videos. Oh yeah, you can check him out. Ish. My show speed? No, here he is. Oh yeah, he does like. I might have seen one of these or two before. It's always weird. Like some channels are like this, where you scroll down like for 2 seconds, and then the videos are instantly like 10 years ago. And it's like, whoa. This guy doesn't upload very much. I can't remember if I've ever seen any of these before. I feel like I probably have. Yeah, could check him out later. I'm gonna throw him on the side. Anyways. Let's try Driftwood, guys. We can still talk about stuff. I don't want to ruin the fun. Driftwood. Now, there's two kinds of driftwood, because there's like the driftwood that's like white, like sun bleached. So I don't know what kind we want to do. Seems like it's usually a mix. Somewhere like brown. Yeah, we can honestly do both. I mean, it's really easy for me to create a bleached variant. I just have to change the colors, really. So maybe we'll just do that. All driftwood underwater will be brown. Oh, yeah. Is it like only white because of like air bubbles or something? Or like the way it diffract? Yeah, why is it white? It's honestly a good question. Why is driftwood white? Prolonged exposure to water, sun, and sand removes its natural moisture. So if you rehydrate it, then it probably becomes brown again, I would assume. If you put driftwood in water, does it turn brown? Yeah, saturation. Yeah, white's just dried. Okay. All right. Well, then we'll just do brown driftwood, probably, because it's going to be in the water, so... At least we'll start with brown. If people want white driftwood, we can do it. I mean, the game, we don't have to disallow it. What is this? The character design is insane. Are they sloths? Oh. That makes more sense. I thought they were like a deformed human. What is this about? You just drive down roads. That's kind of fire, actually. All right, wood. How do we want to go about this? Because there's a lot of different, like, shapes and sizes to these things. Imagine we'll want to do one that's kind of horizontal. I think most driftwood kind of comes in that form. Searching for something in my files, and it came up with yesterday and today. And for some reason, sometime in the future. Ooh. In your files, it showed that? Have you, like, changed your clock time or something? Because I don't know how else it would show in the future. That's weird. Maybe a different shape of driftwood instead of white. Yeah, different shapes of driftwood. Yeah, we'll probably do, like, 3 different versions or something. Like, I think similarly to how we did the rocks, where we have, like, a large one and a medium and a small. So we can go ahead and start with, we'll figure it out. Let's open up the other rocks that we have, just so we kind of have, like, a size comparison here. Yeah, just in default Windows File Explorer. That's really weird. It's either, like, some kind of bug, or it's, like, you change your clock time, and then it saved a file that has a date in the future. Or it could be, like, corruption, I guess, too, possibly. But yeah, that's pretty wacky. Alright, so these are the approximate sizes we've got here, so let's get drawn. So let's just do one that kind of goes, like, horizontally right now. I'm looking at some different pieces just for inspiration. Something like this, I imagine, is sort of what we want to do. Like a horizontal guy. Maybe, like, one of the medium ones can be more vertical, like one of these or something. This guy's pretty gnarly. This looks like it comes from, like, a mangrove tree or something, you know? I bet actually a lot of driftwood does come from mangrove trees because they're in the ocean. So. Is corruption or a bug? Well, I think it's, like, intentional that it shows in the future, but it would probably only show that if the file was created in the future, right? So, yeah, I have no idea how that would work. That's pretty weird. So yeah, something like this, we can just, like, I want it to have, like, some motion. So it'll have, like, roots down here. Or something like this, you know. Have some, like, other branches and stuff hanging off. Almost like a full-on tree in a way. And we'll make this look cooler. This is just a stupid shape right now. But that might be too big, I'm not sure. That is pretty large. But I do want the large driftwood to be large. It's just hard to say. Like another branch. Imagine there's a lot of roots and stuff down here. Probably something like that. It was just a pirated version of RPG Maker. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, that'll probably explain why. And I want this wood to be pretty, like, angular. Right? Just because it makes it look more deformed and stuff. That makes sense. Let's see. Probably have at least, like, a little nub right here. And then over on this side, this should all get changed a bit. I think we want this to go, like, up. I want it to, like, twist up. And then have, like, maybe another sprig going down this way. Yeah. And this shouldn't be just a round nub. I think that's about what I want. I might change these sections here. more like a snapped off piece of wood. That down there is fine because it's like roots. So that'll be our large piece of driftwood. It's a big guy. And we'll do like a medium and small. So you know the driftwood is really big right now? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I do want it to be like a centerpiece of the tank, right? Let me open up the game really quick and just check again how big the large rock is. I mean, this is the biggest driftwood we're going to have in the game. So it's kind of, I do want it to be pretty big. But now would be the time to shrink it down if it is too big. So let's go test it out. Honestly, what we could do is I could just save this right now as the sprite and actually see what it looks like in the game. Thank you for the hydrate. Just give me 1 second. I'll do that. All right, so let's save this as driftwood large, right? And save that instead of here. So sprites, PNG. Let's just go add it into the decorations table. Kind of where the large rock is and stuff. I know people want more, let's see, large driftwood. More shop decorations too, so we'll have to do that. So hey, El Paper Astro, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Large driftwood. Change this to large. Oh, driftwood large. Okay, doesn't need that much of an offset. 64 tall. Yeah, like -24 is probably good. So let's just go place it down and see how big it is. I just came from YouTube. Does the carrot guy have the same profile picture? Oh, okay, nice. Come in. Oh yeah, the hydrate. Thank you. Oh, good man, thanks. How about you? Yeah, it's going good. Just kind of working on our last couple things here for launch. So, because it's coming up. We've got 1 week, so this is how big the large driftwood is. So I feel like, I mean, I honestly, like, I do want it to be pretty big, right? Because I think that's the whole point of the large driftwood. It's like, it's sort of like a centerpiece of your tank. Maybe we scale it down a tiny bit, but not too much smaller, honestly. Maybe we scale it down to 128 horizontal. See what that looks like. So that's how that big. Oh, yo, let's go. Thank you for the bits. Really appreciate it. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's very epic. Yeah, when we can find more issues then, yeah. That's all we've got left. Are you, I'm now just making the connection, probably. Hold on. On the Discord server, Papera Astral, if I'm saying that right. Is that are you that person? or not? Maybe not. Okay. I didn't realize that before, because it's really hard sometimes because everybody has like different usernames on every different platform, you know? So I can never really know if it's the same person or not. I had an assumption, but okay, that's good to know. Yeah, thanks so much for all your help with the bug reporting and stuff. It's been really, really helpful. I'll see how much of it I can get done in time. But yeah, it's been pretty nice. I'll definitely, like, post-release and stuff, spend a lot of time going through and trying to fix as many of those issues as I can, so. Let's chop that off. Just getting this prepared. Okay. Alright, I think we can shade now. Just gonna use this color right now. Recently switched to Godot from GameMaker. Any like tutorials you would recommend? Because GameMaker is very easy. I don't think anything will transition. One thing I'd definitely recommend, if you've already used other game engines before, go through the Godot documentation, because there's just a lot of really good information in here about how to use Godot. So like literally the first thing you see when you go in here is like, you know, which one makes the most sense here. So you know how to make a game, you want to know how to use Godot, right? So you just, boom, click on that, and it gives you a nice step-by-step list of things that you should know about Godot specifically. So you can look at like the nodes and scenes and stuff and all this stuff. So yeah, I'd recommend looking through this because it just gives you a really solid overview and description of how to use Godot without having to go through like the ultra basics of programming. Because if you've already used GameMaker, you probably know how to program somewhat in GML. So yeah, this is really helpful. So I definitely look through that. There is also some good videos that Brackeys has done on Godot now. I don't know if he's done any recently. Nope. But he's been doing a bunch of different ones in here. So he did this whole one, how to make a video game in Godot, and all this stuff in here. So these are all really good videos. I would watch these too. I just keep the same everywhere. Yeah, I always try and keep my username consistent. I mean, with Big Boy Games, it's a little different because it's like a company versus me as an individual, you know. But whenever it's anything business related, I make my username if I can of Big Boy Games. Which, yeah, it's sort of a different thing if you're a company and not an individual, so. But, you know. Okay, so this one twists, right? So we got like that. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Shade all this. Let's not shade this completely though. Let's see, most of this in here though will be shaded, I think. Then when we get down into here, it's going to become more streaky. I don't know if this is going to look good. We'll have to see. But hopefully it's good enough. I mean, I imagine drawing this is just like drawing any other tree, so I'm kind of just like a very twisty tree, I imagine. I might be wrong in that assumption, but we will see what happens. I mean, I think it looks okay right now. And then when we do like our highlight shading and everything, I think it'll all work out. You know, just kind of showing the grain of the wood and stuff a little bit here and there. I'll probably do a little bit of anti-aliasing in some of these spots. Probably a little bit up here. Yeah, I think this shading is adequate. And then if I go through and add in the details, we'll probably be in a good spot. Although this part right here, though, needs changing a little bit. I think that should be better like that. Alright. I don't want to overdo it, so. Anyways. Don't worry, I do have weird names for non-telling people, so it's normal. I think I'll try to get more out for you. Oh yeah, I appreciate it. No, it's all good. It's just I just didn't realize. Let's do that there. I have to make sure that these stay 2 pixels away from the edge, because when I go to outline it, things change a little bit. So I'm actually going to grab all of this stuff and go up. All right, so we should be good for outlining now. Got all the sections. So I'll probably go through and do like, imagine this section here is like sort of a split in the wood. So you'd have like a little bit of the brighter stuff between, right? Maybe here also I feel like there should be a little bit of a split. Maybe a split right here. I think that's pretty good there. All right. So I'm probably going to change all these to be dark and go like this. And then I think in a couple of these spots we'll go through and do some highlights in here. What is this? This is a piece of driftwood. So driftwood is usually pretty gnarly like this, right? It's very twisty and curly. I think part of that is the fact that it's been at sea for a long time, so it's been warped from the sun and salt and water. But also I think a lot of the trees that live next to beaches that create driftwood are very twisty. Because if you look at something like a mangrove tree, which I imagine creates a lot of driftwood, these are pretty gnarly trees. They're very twisty and wacky, like in these roots and stuff. They're insane. So they definitely make the driftwood pretty wacky too. So see, yeah, I know GML, but it's very simple, and seeing Godot script seems like very menacing to me just looking at them. Yeah, I'd watch Bracky's because he has a whole video on how to program in Godot specifically, and then also the Godot documentation is helpful for that. There is a section to learn how to program. So you can just say I've never made a game before, and then it goes through tutorials on how to program in Godot. And there is like this tool here, which is I don't know where it is. There's like the learning programming with Godot. There's like a free thing that you can go do. And there's a link to it in here somewhere. I can't remember the specific. I thought it was like an introduction or something, step by step. There's a tutorial and resources page here. So you can, there is, yeah, GD Quest has a lot of videos, I guess, specifically on Godot. I don't think I've ever watched any GD Quest stuff before, but these are good. There's a whole bunch of videos in here that talk about Godot and how to use it. And then there's also like a free, where is that? I don't know where it is anymore. But there's somewhere, there's a link where there's like a tutorial that you can do to make games. Or to program it, Godot, learn how to. I would just read through all of that. It's all really helpful stuff, I think. All right. Why use a company name if you're a solo dev? Well, not always a solo dev, you know, that's the thing. Like, specifically on Lured In, most of the stuff I did pretty much completely solo, but sometimes I don't. And it's good to have everything separate, I think. I have like an LLC formed, right? And it does give me some legal protections, which is why I'd want to run everything through the LLC instead of as an individual. So that's one of the big reasons. But yeah, like if I'm working on a game or something with somebody else, then it's not just me anymore. And I don't really know if that's always going to be the case in the future for Lured In, even. So you never know. I just think it's just better to not use personal names and stuff like that. I went through all the trouble of establishing the LLC, so I might as well use the gosh darn thing. But yeah. Put this in here. Yeah, this is coming along. This is just the big one, so we'll do like a tiny version. This in. Okay. Let's fix that there. I don't know if I have a good in-between color in here. Honestly, maybe gray, but it doesn't really work. It is really hard sometimes to find the right color to like transition between these. And honestly, sometimes colors you wouldn't actually think would work do work. Like this green, honestly, is kind of the right contrast value that I need for anti-aliasing the brown, you know? And so even though like it looks like it would be like a strange color to use, you don't really notice the individual pixel colors. You just kind of see the contrast gradient between. At least that's what I think. Like looking at this, I'm not like looking at this and be like, why is there green? Like, I mean, you can tell it's green, but like it just sort of blends in with the whole asset, I feel like, at least. I mean, tell me if that's not the case though, guys. Because then I cannot do this. But yeah, I used the Switch for stream for a while, and I lost the channel where I had the name used literally everywhere. Ah, man, yeah, it's too bad. Yeah, he's the company who puts a cool name. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it works. Let's do that. Just a little bit of like anti-aliasing like this can really smooth out an asset. I try to be like, I'm not going way too hard into it. I do like how anti-alias stuff looks, but you can pretty easily overdo it sometimes. I see some people like do it crazy, and it's like, it makes their sprite look super blurry, right? You only want to do it in areas where like you have to imply that information. Like for example, let's say I want to keep this spot like sharp, like a square. I'm not going to anti-alias that corner then, because it's going to make it look rounded. So it's kind of a case of that. And like a lot of these spots that I'm doing it in, it's either like a smooth transition, like these lines where I don't want it to be this sharp cut from bright to dark, or something like, you know, where there's like a long slope. I just add in a pixel there to smooth out the curve a bit more. But you don't want to go too crazy with it. I'll probably do a tiny bit. I think I will smooth that spot out, but do like a couple around here. Okay. I think that leaves us at a pretty good spot here with this driftwood. I think it's where I want it, so probably go ahead and start outlining, and then I can go through again and clean up any extra bits. Outlining this guy's gonna take a minute. It's a big sprite. Hopefully this isn't too big. I don't think it will be. Like, I want it to be big. It's large driftwood, so that's kind of the whole point. If people don't want the driftwood to be so big, then they can use the medium or small driftwood, right? I'll definitely replace a lot of this outline with brown instead of pure black. And the reason I have to leave a pixel of transparency on the outside is because the shader I use to do like the selection outlines, if there's no transparency there, it'll get messed up. It won't work. Also might go through and do a teensy bit of anti-aliasing on the outline itself. So we'll probably do that. I've really enjoyed drawing all the assets for this game so far. It's fun. What's great about it is it like taps into the kind of art that I enjoy doing most with pixel art, which is like icons and stuff, you know? I mean, obviously there's a lot of art in this game that I've had to do that I don't necessarily love doing, but you know, I get to go through and do a lot of fun stuff though, so it's fine. So I'm gonna erase the outline on the spots that are touching the ground, like right there, probably these two spots here, maybe that guy there and this guy, right? I never show an outline on the spots on the ground because it makes it look, if you don't do that, like it's embedded into the sand or the substrate that we have, right? Which I think looks better. So now we're going to take our dark brown color and go through some of these areas, like in here. I want all this to be brightened up. Same with here. Do a little bit there. Right here. Over there, not really. Maybe a tiny bit here. And sort of like that. And what I could do here, if I really wanted to, I could kind of anti-alias the dark brown in. Could maybe use a gray here. I think gray kind of works. I would really love to do that aspect of shading more, which is using colors you wouldn't traditionally associate with the color you're shading, if that makes sense. So like, I'm using gray here. Even though gray is not brown, it still kind of works. And I think part of the reason for that is that shadows tend to scale toward cooler tones, right? So like if you look at a shadow, it looks more blue, right, than the actual color might be there. And I think that helps with stuff like this, like using the gray. Just checking for any spots like this where I want to like anti-alias in. Looks really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we're pretty much done here. I don't think there's anything else I wanted to do in particular. Maybe just a couple of spots here where I do a semi-translucent pixel for the outline, but not very many. Right, just like a few places like that. Maybe one right there. That's about it. I really don't like to go too overboard on these. Just a few. I think the semi-transparent pixels is where it can really start to look blurry. So that's the one that you have to be careful with. But just a couple like that really helps this outline, I think. So let's fill that guy in. Alright, so let's see what it looks like now. We load up the game, boom, large driftwood. Yeah, that's about the scale I want this driftwood to be, I think, because it's like a good, like, nice big centerpiece of your aquarium, right? So you're not going to be putting like 5 of these things in. It's like you're going to have like one right in the middle. That's kind of like a big, like, oh yeah, look at this big driftwood I got. And then you can fill it in with some smaller ones if you want. I might also do some like more hardscaping decorations. I could see doing some moss and things like that. So, I also, sorry, you asked if I've ever played Monkey Island. I don't think I have. Is that like the multiplayer one? Never mind. I've never played this. Apparently there's one by Devolver. Return to Monkey Island. Return to Monkey Island. Yeah, I've never played any of these. I kind of really have no idea what they're about. Looks like it's like an adventure game. Looks kind of interesting. These are pretty old games. Secret of Monkey Island. This one's 1990. Does it have any images of the game? Oh yeah. Interesting. It's almost like a similar art style, actually. I mean, if you look at some of these others, I bet they've changed, but it still has that vibe, though. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's still definitely more stylized here, but it's neat. Yeah, I never played any of them. Is this Unity? This is in Godot. This is not Unity. Lured in. So there's one spot that's irking me. It's right here. It needs to have some more outline done. There we go. That's all I wanted. Better. Don't worry, it's because there's a gag that goes on all the games where they call the protagonist Guybrush Driftwood instead of his name. Guybrush Treepwood, yeah. Very good games, old but good, yeah. There's so many games like that that are just, I just never played because they're just before I was alive. So, I mean, which games would I have even been old enough to play? Let's see. Monkey Island. What are the red ones? Does that just mean like no longer available or something, or are those just gaps in between times, like where there's no Monkey Island? That's what I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah, I never played any of these ones. Those would be the only ones I'd probably be old enough to play, other than this one. Yeah, it's cool though. Some of those old games still do really hold up, so. Monkey. One I've always really enjoyed a lot is Total Annihilation. It's a very old game, 1997. It's actually on Steam, which is epic. But I still really like this game. Even though it's very old, and sure there's systems in here that feel a little outdated and janky, but it's just got a really good core loop. And I think that's the thing that matters, is like, as long as the game is actually fun, it's pretty much timeless. Fun stuff doesn't become unfun with time, you know what I mean? Like graphics age and whatnot, but gameplay never ages, which is cool. So this game is still really fun. And there's a new one, it's Planetary Annihilation. I guess they do World of Tanks and stuff now. Interesting. Planetary Annihilation. This one. Which is like basically the same universe, but just reimagined as a modern game. This one's pretty fun. It's cool because it's still like the same game, but now instead of it being in like this one shared map, it's like a shared solar system, you know? You're on like your individual planets, which is pretty neat. So I've always liked this one too. It's pretty fun. Half-Life. People might hate me for saying it, but I'm just gonna say it. Half-Life, graphically, I think it's fine. Like, the graphics are cool. There's a lot of games that look like Half-Life that are modern games because, you know, it's cool for throwbacks visually. But the gameplay, the gameplay of Half-Life, it's not necessarily the gameplay. I think it's the level design of Half-Life is very frustrating, especially in the recent levels we went through. I feel like earlier in the game, I was fine. I was like, okay, this is cool or whatever. But then it's just started getting really annoying. So, I don't know. It's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think the level design holds up on Half-Life. I'm just gonna say it. I think it's frustrating. It's like anti-user friendly. It's just not good. And you can hate me for that opinion, that's fine. I don't care. Underlord. There's like a new game, Dota. But I'm hoping that Half-Life 2 won't have those issues. We'll see. One of these days I will play Half-Life 2. Eventually. I don't know if I'm gonna play all the like weird in-between ones. Like, I'm not gonna play Deathmatch Source. That sounds like it's a multiplayer thing. I don't even see where Half-Life 2 is. Team Fortress 2. That's not the one I clicked on, bro. Let me click on Half-Life 2. But, I don't know. From what I've seen from this one, it seems better. Like, they took the concept of Half-Life and actually made it better. So we'll try that one eventually. I've played enough of Half-Life, I feel like, to be able to compare between the two. I mean, I'll be real, whenever I think about playing Half-Life, it's, makes me very much not want to play Half-Life. It's like, it's dreadful. I'm like, oh god. I don't want to play Half-Life 1. But I'd be interested in Half-Life 2, though. It just seems like a much more well put together game. So, I'm just gonna be honest, guys. Can't lie. Chat, get him! I know. I'm sorry. I hate to say it, but... TF2 as well as bread and butter. I've never played TF2, but it seems cool, though. I have no idea, really. I know it's like a multiplayer game, but it's pretty much all I know. Liked Half-Life, but Half-Life 2 looks too long. I don't necessarily mind the length of the game. I think it's just that Half-Life 1 for me was such a slog. I just couldn't. Even a couple hours of Half-Life was too much. You know? But, I don't know. I'm sure Half-Life 2 is long. But, how long is Half-Life 2? Half-Life 2 length. 13 hours? It's not that long. How long is Half-Life 1? 12 hours. I have to count the episodes too. Yeah. How many episodes are there? Is there just 2 episodes? Half-Life 2, how many? Does it show like the different episodes, or there's like Half-Life episode 1? Is Half-Life just both of the episodes in one? Then what are episode 1 and 2? Are those just the same game, but individual... Like, I don't get it. Or are they like a DLC type of thing? I mean, Lost Coast looks like it's definitely like a DLC. So... Oh, it's unlisted now. You can't even buy Half-Life Episode 1, can you? But you can still get it in the orange box? It's confusing. I don't know. I don't understand. Is it a different game? Or not? Beyond City 17. So is this a different game? I have no idea. No clue, guys. I have 10 hours in the original. Oh, yeah. Hey, Condiment Colonel. Welcome in. How's it going? I hope you're well. I'm doing pretty good. Just working on drawing some new decorations for Lured today. Talking about Half-Life. Now Half-Life 2 has the episodes in it. They updated it. Okay. Makes sense. Lost Coast is a demo. Okay. I didn't realize that. So this is just a demo of Half-Life? Really planned as a section of the Highway 17 chapter. It's a playable technology showcase. Okay. So it's a nothing. It's just like a thing that was a small part of the other game. I don't know if I even have this or not. I have no idea. Oh, man. Yeah, one of these days I'll play Half-Life 2. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. It's not my genre. I knew going into it, it's not my genre. I just don't really care that much. The only reason I would play Half-Life is just because people say it's important and is cool. But I don't know if, like, I actually care. Not that Half-Life 2 isn't a good game, but like we've said in other streams, everybody's got their own preferences for gaming. Half-Life doesn't really check any boxes for me. I look at Half-Life, I'm like, it doesn't really seem like a game I would enjoy playing. I'm just gonna be honest. Half-Life Alyx seems interesting though. But it's VR, so I don't know if I'm ever gonna play it. I'm not gonna say never, but VR, guys, is a whole thing. If the frame comes out and it's not over $1,000, then maybe I'll play Alyx with the frame. But it's just, VR is so much work. It's annoying. I was just confused. There are fun games regardless. Yeah. Do I like Garry's Mod? I've never really spent a lot of time just like building stuff in Garry's Mod, but I do enjoy some of the like pre-made maps and stuff for Garry's Mod. You know, surfing in Garry's Mod is always really fun. And then you've got like the RP maps and stuff are kind of fun. Like Dark RP, where you get to go, you know, make drugs and stuff. It's kind of fun. It's like the genesis of Schedule 1, you know? Dark RP. Oh yeah, Prop Hunt was always really fun. Yeah. There's a lot of fun stuff in Garry's Mod. I definitely much prefer Garry's Mod over Half-Life, I'm not gonna lie. But when is Lured in VR releasing? Oh god. Probably never, guys, I'm sorry. I don't know how it would even work. Ugh. Twitch should be worried with these awesome emotes over here on YouTube. Oh yeah? What kind of emotes are over there? I'm just looking around at some driftwood we could do. The small driftwood will have to be pretty tiny. So, I do like some of these, like they're much different. I mean, this is more almost like not driftwood in a way. This almost looks more like a rock. But we'll probably just do a little guy like this or something. Just a little random piece of wood. And then for the medium driftwood, I'm not sure. I probably want to do one a little bit more vertical, just to have the variety. Some of these driftwoods give me bad energy, like this one. It's kind of scary. I don't like it. Scary driftwood. And this one looks like a little creature. Like these are the legs, and then he has an arm, and this is his face with his two eyes. And he's like awakening and coming to get you. He's like in FNAF 2 with Freddy, and he's like at the camera, and he's like... You know the one I'm talking about. First 2D game in VR, and that's a seller, yeah. That'd be crazy. Schedule 1 is pretty good. I do like Schedule 1. Like I was saying earlier, I need to play more of it. I haven't gotten through all the story stuff, so it does seem kind of like a fun game. Let's do one like this probably for the medium, like kind of goes up a little bit, like a tiny bit more vertical, and then the tiny one can just be a little chunk of nothing. So we don't want it to be too big. Right, it's only medium after all. So something along these lines. Have this go up. And this will go up here. Be a chunk of wood. Right, something like that for a medium driftwood. I think it looks okay. Maybe I have another little branch coming off. But otherwise, I think we're at a good spot here. Let's see, I want this to be sort of... And this here is like... Let's go ahead and color this stuff, right? It's gonna be almost like an indent, like a part where the wood has been like snapped off, if that makes sense. Right. Yeah, like that. Let's see, what are these? Yeah, these are weird emotes. Hand covering eyes, but it's not fully covering eyes, it's kind of below the eyes. Eyes pink heart shape. That looks weird because there's a circle in the hearts for some reason. I guess that one's a crystal ball. It's like somebody holding a ball, but it looks weird. The hand looks broken. It's like... I can't do it. Body green covering eyes. Okay. Just a goat. Face droopy eyes. For some reason there's three eyes. Blue star eyes. Purple face sweating. Blue question mark. Yeah, those are kind of stupid emojis, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the only one that's somewhat obvious is like the planet. Everything else is, or like maybe the goat. Everything else is just a complete mess. Way too much detail and stuff. I'm like, I can't even tell what's happening. I don't know what emotions those are trying to represent too. That's the thing. I don't know. You have the red guy. Where's like TV. Wacky. Okay, so yeah, this will be medium, and we'll have a very tiny guy. I think this shape works pretty well already. I don't need to spend too much time refining this, I don't think. We'll go through and make a couple of minor changes, but... actually, here I might go ahead and do that. We'll outline it to make it look good. It should be sort of like flatter like that. And then maybe round this off, I suppose. Alright, I think we can shade now. Let us begin. Right in there. I'm gonna shade all of this. That. Clean that up a little bit. Oh, this is gonna be dark. Okay. As far as pixel art goes, I'm impressed. Thank you, thank you. I think. Let's see here. Add a little guy. Oops. We'll shade that better later. I don't really want too much bright stuff visible down there, so that's probably good there. I know those little dots look weird now, but they won't later when we outline it. I feel like there needs to be another... something like that. Let's do this. Okay. Let's fill in all this. I think everything around here is mostly good to go. So that'll be like the top of the wood, and we'll shade everything else to look normal. Alright, let's keep going. So how does that look compared to the big one? I don't want it to be, like, disproportionately detailed. So let's go load the other one back in here. Why is all the white here? One thing I've never liked about Krita is for some reason it just, like, includes a bunch of random white. I don't know why. Okay, so this is what we got here. Feels pretty medium. I think the shading is fine. Maybe some of these spots it's a little bit too much. I think I'll change this here like that. Otherwise, we're at a good spot. Yeah, for sure, I agree. Not expressive in any meaningful way, yeah. Cut that off there. I think that's good there. Okay. And now size-wise, is that a good size? Because, like, this one's, like, 130. This one's gonna be, like, almost half the size at, like, 70. So that's probably a pretty good size for the medium, and then we'll have a little tiny guy. Let's see. By the way, do I like the new dimension of the Minecraft mod color-wise? I need to take another look at it, but, I can go do that. Questions and translation chat. I can't know what they mean. What is this referring to? Skip. Yeah, to skip a dialogue. If it means to skip a dialogue. Oops, do a log. Basically, a word to skip a thing that is on the screen as an action. Let's just say that. And then, yeah, Minecraft, something like that. I mean, personally, I think a lot of these colors are... I don't know how I feel about them. You have some, like... It's hard to tell if this is green or gray. I think it's green. On the sides of the blocks for some reason. Or is that just, like, the lighting? I can't tell if it's, like, a part of the texture or not, you know what I mean? Not sure. That's a little strange. I do think pink can be cool like this, so I think with the right vibe to all the different textures, it could work. The tree, I'm trying to tell what's going on in here. I think that's the trunk. It's kind of like more gray. Meant to be the same blue as the dirt layer. Oh, so there's like dirt that... Yeah, it's really hard for me to tell what... I think this is a dirt block, yeah, right here. Well, it doesn't seem to be the same color. Like, because this is like blue, and then this is like green. So, I mean, don't worry, I'll fix all those texturing issues. But I think this general color scheme could go good. I would also think about these blocks in terms of, like, what did they fulfill visually, you know? Like, so the stone block is pretty much white. The only thing I would say with that is we already have a lot of white stone blocks. You've got stuff like calcite and diorite. So I don't know if there's a good reason to have that being white, necessarily. I think the best way to keep everything visually distinct is just to think about what color do you not already naturally see. Although if you are removing calcite and diorite from the game, then I could see that being a totally valid block to do then, right? So, are you planning on removing those two, or are those staying in? I don't know. Yeah, and all the ferns are like reddish magenta. The leaves definitely need texture reworking because they're just like noise right now. Yeah, I think it could be cool. It's very foggy up here. Kind of overcast. Ooh. I think it's kind of a vibe. Yeah, I can definitely do these textures after Lurden is launched and stuff, and I can focus on them a bit more and try installing like the mod and taking a look at them and stuff, so. Yeah, let me know if you're planning on removing calcite and diorite. Because if you're keeping those in, I would probably say change the color a bit. But if you're not, then I think white is fine. I'm gonna move this strip with like that, compress it a little bit. All right, I think we're good to shade here now. Let's do that. A little bit there. Fill in there. Most of it's gonna be here. Think you're leaving those in? Okay. Then I'd probably go for a completely different stone color. Because otherwise you're just kind of adding in blocks that are just the same blocks that we already have in the game, and then what's the point? So I'll have to think about what would visually look the best in there. I mean, the dirt's already blue, so I don't know if that necessarily would work for the stone. What else could work? Could do... I mean, when I think about like building with stone, I really like a lot of the stone blocks that Create adds in because they kind of like fill niches that the other stone blocks can't already fill. They have stuff like limestone, and it's kind of like a creamy, like white block. It is white, but it's not like the same white as something like calcite. So I could see going that route. Adding in like, I'll have to look at all the different stone blocks because there's a bunch now in the game. You have calcite. There's also like the sulfur block, but that's just pure yellow, so that's not. That doesn't matter. But I doubt you're adding that in. Whoa, that's a oh yeah, that's for doing the anything here. Okay. I think we're good to go there. Yeah, something I would definitely say about visuals is like, of course you want it to be visually distinct, but the most important thing and the thing people actually care about is like, what purpose does a block fulfill building-wise? Because that's all I really care about with the block, right? It's like, what am I gonna use it for? Because otherwise, if it doesn't have a gameplay purpose, then it's completely useless to add in a new block unless it's specifically fulfilling a gap in the palette of Minecraft. So... And if you look at the approach Mojang has taken to new blocks, that's specifically what they're doing, is they're saying, okay, we're gonna add in this yellow and red stone block because we don't have yellow and red stone, right? Or whatever that new block is they added, cinnabar, yeah. So I think the best way to go about it is that, where it's like, what color is missing from our palette? Erase some of these spots in here. Guess I'll get rid of these spots because it's gonna look weird on the substrates. Fix those. All right, now we're going to change some of these colors here. All of those turn brown. Same with all these. Same with along there. Same with a lot of these. Same with the tip up there. All right, so I think the medium driftwood is done, and then just the little tiny guy, which will take us like 2 seconds because he's very small. So I don't know what shape we want to go with that. I'd like to do one that's like a little bit more vertical. So look at Discord, it says colors because it's inverted. I know it is inverted overworld wise, but I don't know if anybody really cares. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think anybody cares if it's actually inverted. I think the most important thing is, like, you shouldn't add in stuff just for lore purely. I mean, it's still gonna be inverted colors. I'm just saying, like, slightly tweaking it a little bit. Like, the end stone and stuff is not a 100% inversion of the overworld stone now. With, like, the modern end stone texture. Like, it's still basically inverted cobblestone. But inverted stuff has to be like tweaked to look good. Otherwise it's gonna be kind of nasty. Yeah, I'll mess around. I need to actually go through and take the textures and stuff and invert them and see what they look like, and then figure out how I can make them look good. So that's just what I honestly think. There's no sense in adding in a pure white stone block if you already have pure white stone in the game, because then why even spend the time to? Just use calcite or diorite as the block then. I need to color swap stone and see like what color it would actually be, because I don't know. I think stone is just pure gray, but it might have a slight like color balance toward one direction. It might be ever so slightly more blue. So if that is the case, then the stone would end up being a little bit more like cream colored. So we'll have to see. I'm just gonna do a couple of these here. All right. So the last driftwood is going to be a pretty small guy. Oops. I want it to have like a piece sticking up somewhere. It's not really the vibe. How do I want to go about this? Let's see. Well, all these have like pieces sticking to the right, so I might do one that's like more left-centered. Almost like that in a way. I think that should be pretty small enough. I think that should work, just a little tiny one. I have to make sure like the scale of detail is the same as the others, because otherwise it'll look pretty weird, you know? So something like that. Oops, I'll have 2 pixels. So that's about the right scale. I think this will be good. Just as a little mini driftwood to throw into places. Here, I'm going to set this back a little bit. Maybe right there. Okay, let us shade. Might even just have that fully cut off. Maybe something like that. Don't want it to be way too small. It's kind of hard to balance. Still should look like there's like a main branch, so I think that's okay there. Something like that. Alrighty. Let's get this shaded and move on to the next thing, which will probably be achievements. So I do want to add achievements. It's going to be hard to get them all done in time, because, you know, launch is not far away. So I'm just going to focus on the easiest ones to add, because that'll probably mean I can get more of them implemented, right? So yeah, today's probably going to be a pretty drawing-heavy stream, just because we have to draw all the icons for the achievements and stuff like that. Alright, there's our tiny driftwood. Might even reuse these assets in the future for, like, the swamp zone, like we did with the coral reef, how I reuse the rocks. It's kind of a nice little, like, synergy there with decorations, because I can utilize them on both ends. So it's like if I added a new decoration, I can use that for a region, and if I add in one for a region, I can use it as a decoration, like the coral pieces, right? So it's actually really convenient that they ended up being like the same scale, both in real world and in the tank, if that makes sense. Okay. Now let's do our outlines. That guy there. We'll do him. Okay, then I'm going to remove the bottoms. Something like that. Fix those. Boom. Alright, guys. I think that's it. I don't need to really bother with this semi. Well, maybe one pixel right here. Boom. Maybe one there. Okay, we're good. Let's go save these and add them into the game. I'll have to create new descriptions for all these. I don't know what the descriptions are going to be. We'll figure it out. The rocks. Medium driftwood. And then what we have to do here is go into resize canvas and change it to 75, 45. Medium driftwood. And tiny driftwood. Small driftwood. Alrighty. I think we're all done there. Let's go add them in. We'll do like what I do with the rocks. We'll go small, medium, large. Small driftwood. Wish Godot would stop leaving the .png at the end. Medium driftwood. Okay, Then we got the large. So these, what are our offsets going to be? That's 45. Half 45 is going to be like 22. So we want to say like minus half of 22, maybe minus 10 on that one. Or maybe up a little bit more. That's probably about right. And the small one, we've got 23 vertical, 12. Let's say up by 8. Okay, and I'll just make them cost the same things that these other ones do. 2,000. They're both tank decorations. All right, so we got the large. I'm gonna up that to 12. Large driftwood, medium driftwood, small driftwood. Now, descriptions. I don't know. You will figure it out. Large driftwood. Practically a boat. Oops. Yeah, I made that 200 by accident, thank you. Small driftwood. What makes me think of small driftwood? Small driftwood. I don't know, it's so hard. Like, imagine somebody came up to you and asked a question where they're like, how would you describe, give us a funny description of small driftwood. It's like, how would you react? You'd be like, I don't know, small driftwood? I have no idea. It's just so random, you know? Medium driftwood. What do you do with wood? You burn it? You build with it? Has to be a pirate joke in there somewhere. Yeah, I know. I do have to keep the game E-rated or whatever. My nickname in high school. Yeah. That'd be fine. The medium driftwood. Oh yeah, I added in some new music, by the way, guys. Medium driftwood. For the longest time, I haven't had any Minecraft. My nickname in college. That'd be crazy. Maybe. Why not? Stupid. All right, let's go put these in a tank and see what they look like. Hopefully everything looks good. Hope they're not ugly and disgusting. Let's see. All right, let's pick this guy. Goodness, algae out of here, boy. Medium. I think the origin point seems pretty good. And small. Yeah, I think it'll work. And then you can like flip these around and stuff. I think I forgot to put the transparency outline on the small, so I gotta do that. Yeah, you can get some nice like flow, I feel like, with some of these, you know? Right? Like plopping a medium down here and like maybe flip this guy the other way. You could like move this in front. Put like a tiny rock under here or something, you know? I think it looks pretty nice. People have been wanting driftwood for a while, so... yeah, now we got it. It's quite a few tank decorations now, honestly. Then you also throw in some coral and stuff, and you can make this place look pretty cool. Some little, like, tube corals and stuff. Pretty epic. Throw in some plants and stuff, some kelp in the background. Get your good old treasure chest as your centerpiece. Highlight. Look at this little tank, guys. And then on top of that, you can go in here and set a background. Brings me straight back to Insane Aquarium 4 tank. Boom. Feast your eyes. It's a pretty insane tank. They got a treasure chest, a barrel, a rock, and seaweed. Basically the same thing, guys. And they have like dark blue background. So yeah, we could replicate the same tank. That'd actually be kind of fire. Let's do it. So they got the treasure chest over here flipped. It's pretty big. And then they've got like let's say a large rock over on the left side, maybe a medium rock. And they've got like 2 little kelps in the background, maybe a tiny bit of seagrass. Right, I don't have a skeleton, unfortunately, in the game, or a barrel, but crazy, guys. This is literally Insane Aquarium, guys. Yeah, there's some cool vibes, though, in Insane Aquarium. This one's always interesting. Tank 2, it's like, how would you even describe this tank? It's got a coral vibe, because there's like a starfish and coral is the classic one. I need to add in these plants. I need to add in the clam guy. What's his name again? Something to clam. I don't remember what his name is. Clam. What is his name? I don't remember. Nico? Nico Insane Aquarium. Yeah, that's his name. I need to add him in. Oh, that's what his original sprite looked like. Crazy. And then he turned 3D. Insane Aquarium's pretty epic, guys. What is this frickin' pyramid? What is that? I've never seen that before. Space mode? What is space mode? Alien attractor. Oh, it's for the virtual tank only. Okay, that makes sense. So you can attract aliens. Yeah, probably space. Oh yeah, the exclusive tank background and stuff. Tank 5. Yeah, look at this exclusive tank. You can buy it for like the custom virtual aquarium. Pretty fire. And glitch tank, whatever this is. I don't think this is valid. Insane Aquarium space mode. What is that? There's sandbox mode, apparently. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah. Whoa. What is space mode? I'm gonna keep thinking about it forever. Did they just do it for fun? What is this? Oh, it's like a mode. It's like a cheat code you can enable. Void. Oh, space. Replace the tank backdrop with outer space. Okay. That's what it is. So it's just that. Zombie mode makes everybody dead. I wish there was a modern Insane Aquarium, guys. It's a really fun game, but it's very old now. And I know there's like a lot of issues with that on Windows. All right, so we got the new driftwood in. I guess let's go add all these keys in. Make sure I replied. That person got a valid reply back. Okay, yeah. Good to go. Okay. Components. Translation. So I think we're good on tank decorations now. Let's go put this in here. Added driftwood tank decorations. And let's go to the translation table. Small driftwood. Okay. Medium driftwood. Well, I guess let's do the description first. All right. Description for the small driftwood. Stupid. Sad emoji. Face blue smiling. I commonly feel like face blue smiling. Driftwood is one word, right? I'm not making a horrific mistake, yeah. Okay. Why are people asking, is it illegal to own driftwood? Well, I guess you can't collect it inside of state parks, but if you're just on a random beach, then I don't see why you couldn't grab some wood. Nickname is one word too, right? I'm pretty sure. Save that. Also, really quick while I'm in here, I'm just going to go add a description to the word skip. Used to describe skipping a section, something specifically for Grandpa's dialogue. Okay. Save it. And then large driftwood. Boom. Boom. Oops. Will be large driftwood. Okay. I think we're all good. Make sure. Alright. We're gaming. I'm sorry, everybody, for adding in new keys all the time. I hate to do it, but it is what it is. You have to be able to translate things. I just got an idea for NPC, like the chef. Yeah, businessman, it gives you a discount on something. Yeah, I do want to do more NPCs. It's hard to say if I'm going to have time to get them implemented, in all honesty. Because I really don't have much time. I could see maybe throwing in like one more NPC in time. Probably not two, though. See, discount, like, I could see that, but how would... I'd have to, like, check everywhere where you buy something if a discount is applied, you know? And then I also means I'll have to add in some kind of visual to show the player that there's a discount. So it seems like something that would be really easy initially, but then you realize like it's actually kind of a little bit more complicated than it sounds. So I could see doing that for sure later on. I just don't know if it's going to be quite so easy for me to tackle right now. But So we'll see. But definitely one I do want to do is the researcher that will come in and ask to take some of your research away for money. They're just going to be like, hey, if you give me X amount of research, I will pay you, you know? As just a way to deal with any excess research when you're sort of at like the end of the game, you know? I think it would work. And core. Coral. Boring. Fire coral. Stagborn. You can really make your tank a mess if you want to. Big driftwood, it's driftwood. Medium driftwood, still driftwood. It's just driftwood. Yeah. Some people have said that the dog blends in too much with the floor, which is a completely fair complaint. So I think I might have to change the color of the dog to be not brown. So I might do that right now. There's two routes we can go with the color of the dog. Either we make them black, or we go brighter. Would you guys prefer to have a blonde or black dog? Eventually, I'd love to do both, where we can have, like, the color of the dog is random. But for now. I will save these, though. I'll call him Puppy Run Brown. I might also make it so that we actually choose the color using a shader, like we do with all the other ones. Save him. Girlfriend loved the current dog. Oh, let's go. Brown. I made him brown initially because my real dogs, one of them is brown. So I was like, I'll make him brown then. I do also have a black dog. Save. All right. Black and white Dalmatian, yeah. Could do that. Oops. What would he look like if we made him black? Let's see. I have to do... We got quite a few colors going on in here. First off, that'll become all black. See, it's hard to do, like, actual black, because it would mean I need to do a lot of overlapping colors. Because that one's already, like, dark, so... I mean, I can do that. Like that, right? So this could work. But that color pretty much blends in, so I'd have to do that, I think. And if I do that, I'll probably change some of these pixels like that. So we have this as an option. I'm gonna change that pixel. But I don't know. Make the dog neon glitter saturated, the rainbow colored without the yellow. Oh my god. That'd be... destroy everybody's eyes. This backtracking quite a bit. Oh no, don't worry about it. But for overlays and games, you would consider Steam avatars. For alert in. Or so for overlays. Oh, stream avatars. Oh, sorry. I misread it. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've considered it. I mean, it's a lot. I've thought about it before, though. The only thing with stream avatars is it's like... it would have to be a separate program on top of our overlay. And I don't really like doing that. Honestly, if we do something like stream avatars, I think what I'd want to do is like make our own custom system for it, right? I know there's like a bunch of cool stuff you can do in stream avatars, you know. I know it's cool and all, but I'd love to be able to add in stuff that actually like is relevant to the stuff that we do, right? Like these avatars are fine, but they're just like random little characters, you know? There's just like a little swear guy and like Toast. What I would like to do is if we did something like stream avatars, I would just integrate it into our overlay as a feature. And I'll add in the actual textures and sprites from games we've made. So stuff like the Starground character and the little lured in guy or something, you know? And we can just let people choose what their avatar is with commands. So you can like call a command and then choose what avatar you want to have. Yeah, I know you have walkers, Oshik. I do. Walkers is epic. But the problem with walkers is it's like a standalone program, just like with stream avatars. So I'd really like to keep it all integrated into one thing I have to open, you know? It's so much more convenient for me. Because I can just click the button to open the overlay and everything is ready to go. Like the avatars are prepared and ready and the music is playing and all of this stuff is all good, right? So that's why I'd like to have it integrated instead of being a separate program I have to open. And nice up there, you can make custom walkers. Maybe there's a way I could like, if it was like a Godot plugin or something, then I would totally just use that. But I do like having a really fine-tuned control over it because like stream avatars is good for people that don't know how to make programs, but I can make it. Like I'd love to like throw in some little things that can happen. It'd just be a really fun thing to work on if we do it. So it would be fun. Would merging the projects be difficult? Hard to say. It just depends on like how the code is organized. I mean, I can probably just keep all of the assets in like a separate folder, right? Yo, thank you so much for the bits. Have a good night. Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. Oops, I toggled the music. Here's some confetti. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, honestly, I do think it would be fun just to do it. Like just to go through and try doing it myself, you know? Not that yours isn't good, Oshik. Yours is pretty good. But it just sounds like it'd be fun to program, honestly. So I'd like to kind of do it. I do like how the brown looks the most. It's frustrating. I think it's fine. I don't think he blends in too much. You can still see him. Eventually I'll add it in so we can do custom colors, but I'm not gonna do that right now. So I think we're just gonna leave him as brown. And then later on we'll make it so you can do different colors for him. So yeah. And some people have asked, they want multiple puppies to spawn in. What do you guys think about that? Right now I have it capped to just one puppy, but we could set it up to where multiple can start walking around the more upgrades you get. What do you guys think? Let's see, I was considering making an overlay for overlay game for a couple of people. Should be interested in it. Yeah. Yeah, could be interesting. I mean, like I just said, I do usually prefer to keep programs within my overlay project, you know, just because it's annoying. Like, I have more control over things. So like, let's say cheese time activates or something, or some like event happens on the stream, I can disable certain like effects and overlays and different elements, and just I have so much more control over it. When it's a separate program, it's really hard for me to do that kind of stuff. I can't really, like, maybe I could do some weird OBS stuff, but that's kind of a pain to set up. So I would probably prefer to keep everything in my overlay. If it is something though that's like importable into the project, you know, if it's like a plugin or something, then I'd totally be interested in that. but it just depends. Are you gonna add layered in content to the theme point shop? Maybe just some of the art you've already made? Yeah, it would be cool. I'd like to do that eventually. Sometimes with that kind of stuff, like once you submit it, that's it, and you can't submit it ever again. You're not allowed to go back and change them. It's like that with all of the trading cards and stuff. So I probably will tackle that much later on when I'm like sure about what content I want to be a part of those things. So probably not yet. If you made your own, that could make a great 20-minute YouTube video, and you're set up to distribute in the future if you wish to. I could, yeah. I have thought about like making it so our Twitch overlay is like, instead of being like custom to the Big Boy Games channel, it like becomes like a universal just template for anybody to use, you know? It would be cool. We can go through and like import your own assets and everything, and like have like an MP4 that plays for when you get raided and stuff, right? So maybe. I'll have to see. If anyone is interested in that, then let me know. Yeah, distribute through Steam. Good. See, we'll bet you say keep it a 1. Yeah, I do feel like if you have more than one puppy, it does get pretty chaotic. And it might be annoying. The customers are silent, so they're fine, but the puppy is loud. He makes noises and stuff. I mean, he does sleep eventually, but, you know, he has his little steps and his panting. So I don't want him to be distracting all the time. So Adrian, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I wonder if it could all be thrown on one node. That could be tied in. I would absolutely do it in Godot anyway. Yeah. Wouldn't shy away from Godot and send you the whole project. Yeah, I mean, definitely if it's something set up that way to where it can be like imported, that would be really nice. If you could like, I mean, you can basically design it almost like a plugin where it's got its own like folder for all of the assets and stuff. You know, you just have everything dumped into minigame 1, minigame 2, and then you just literally drag and drop those little overlay games in to other projects, because that would keep it super flexible, and that would be the best way to go about it, in my opinion. You could have like, you could separate it up where you have like a core folder, so that could have stuff like globals you have to set up, you know, and like other like core scripts and assets in there, and then you have other folders for each mini game, so like you can choose which games you want to throw on. So like you import the core and then pick whatever games you want. Like you can just do one if you want, or you can do all of them if you want, you know? That'd be really nice. And then also you can just export the games as its own overlay too, but have the option for people to import it into pre-existing overlays. That would make it totally something I'd be interested in then. But yeah, if it's just a standalone program, I probably wouldn't use it. Not because it's not cool. I'm sure a lot of other people would love something like that, but just for me, I want my overlay integration, right? I just think it's a lot better that way. What you doing? We're just working on a bunch of little random things. We added in driftwood decorations, which is something I wanted to tackle before launch. So those are in the game now, and they're all working. Just some funny little random errors. I'm not super worried about a lot of these, but okay, did that, or that's different from the tank decorations. One of the big things that I want to tackle are achievements, right? Achievements are a whole process. You've got to create borders and icons, but it would be very nice to have those ready to go before launch, so I might try and do that. I hope we saw already the Steam review was completed today, so we are set. We're good to go for launch. Also, guys, I don't know if I haven't mentioned, but the personal calendar is pretty good. Let me show you guys. Today, the personal calendar started. You guys might see what's going on with the wish list count. We've gotten 600 today. So, yeah. The personal calendar is pretty cracked. That's day one. I mean, imagine we get, and it's not, the day is not over. We still have, whatever, 5 more hours of the day left. So, or actually Steam, their time starts at like 2 a.m. So technically 7 hours because they're in Pacific time. So if we could maybe hit 1,000 wish lists today. I don't know. Because it seems like it's exponential, like it's going up faster than it did yesterday, because that only got 300. So we might hit 1,000 wish lists in a day. If we could get 1,000 more for the next week, and that's another 7,000 wish lists on top of what we have now. We have hit 15,000 now, which is epic. Yeah, personal calendar is kind of good, guys. We can go see, like, if we go back to here. Well, I just go to the main. Let's go in here. Oh god, I showed the next event. It's okay, I think it's public information right now. And then we go into marketing and visibility. You can see, like, what impressions are from what. And homepage, that's the personal calendar. We're getting a lot of visits from that. Right here, look, personal calendar. Many. So, it is ramping up pretty quick. It's now almost 50%. It's gonna keep going up. So yeah, guys, personal calendar is pretty good. I wish I didn't start. I wish I didn't pick a date that was gonna be obscured by Next Fest, but who knows? Maybe because it's right after, or not Next Fest, I keep saying it, after, during the summer sale. But maybe the time right after the summer sale or something is even better. Nobody really knows, you know? Maybe it's like everybody's going on, like, they're like, I missed the freaking summer sale, whatever. Well, while I'm here, I'll look through the personal calendar, you know? You never know. It's hard to say for sure. And I imagine, like, the spot most people are going to be looking at is the week of launch. So, when it really starts to pick up, it's probably going to be next week when you can actually see it at the end over here and be like, oh yeah, there's lured in, right? Because it's not even, you have to go to the next page to see it right now. Also, here's another thing, guys. The personal calendar stays relevant for 2 more weeks even after your launch. Because look, like, I can see games from the 22nd of July over here that are still on my personal calendar. And that's actually the first thing that gets displayed to people, is released in the last month. This is the primary section of the personal calendar, and then released in the last 7 days. So what's insane is that the personal calendar is already insane for pre-launch, but probably more insane for after you've already launched your game, right? So that's probably the thing that really matters the most. At least I would assume so. And then you got the upcoming area, you know. We should see lured in over here. It's actually, or lured in here. Oh yeah, there it is. I already have it though. I think that's why it doesn't show in the main page for me, because it doesn't bother showing you stuff you have. But I'm excited to see what happens with this Soul. So far, it seems like a really good feature for indie developers, though. Beautiful. Oh yeah, this game's coming out Swarmdustry, which I'm surprised about. It's Factorio, guys. Literally Factorio. Why do they put like a wobble effect on the camera? It just looks bad. Stop wobbling the camera. Does look a little weird. It's literally Factorio. The swarm must spread. The factory must grow. Come on. But I'm sure it's not going to be anywhere nearly as optimized as Factorio, so I don't know if it's really worth it. It's going to be one of those games to me where it's like, why play this game when I can just go play Factorio? Oh my god, it's literally Factorio, guys. Hold on. I like how I opened the calc. Can I press the C button a couple times? That's not doing anything. I don't think it works, unless it's because it's already open. Let's see. Or you have to do like Shift C or something. Control C. Nah. Yeah, this game is something. I'll probably wishlist it, and I mean, look, it's got power pole. Like, I just can't. It's literally Factorio. It's just I would look at this and be like, oh yeah, that's a mod for Factorio. You know? I'll still wishlist it just to see. I want to see what happens after launch with this game, but I'm like, I don't know, man. Yeah, Twisted Tower, I've seen this around. I just watched an interview. So I've come to a realization, guys. A while ago we had Jonathan Blow raid us. I didn't realize like who that guy was, and now I realize who he is, and I regret not knowing now. I didn't realize how big of a deal that was. So I feel kind of bad. But oh well. I didn't know that he made like The Witness and all these crazy games. I was like, oh my god. Also, he's been making games for like 30 years or something. I was like, crazy. Wreck Runners. An extraction co-op game. Yeah, you did. I think it was a little while ago now. Can't remember specifically what stream it was. I'd have to go look through. But pretty sure that was him. Yeah. Cause yeah, I think he streams on Twitch too. So yeah, I feel a little bit bad. But it is what it is. I've seen this game around. Mole. It's kind of the style I want for Deadlift, honestly. But wishlist it just to show the style. So yeah, I apologize, Jonathan, for not knowing who you were. Just to rate him back. I always feel weird rating people that have like so many more viewers than me, because it's like I'm going in and I'm just like this little tiny guy, and I'm like, here, have like 5 people, and there's like 500 people watching. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Oh yeah, apparently people said, what is this here? Oh yeah, this is like the macro bears. Apparently destroying your conveyors points the laser to 0-0. Only works fine with mine. I guess that's just a bug with the mine first object thing. Ugh, Starground. Is he even live right now? I don't know what his like username is. I don't know what his like username is. This him? I don't think that's him. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what his username is. We can find out. YouTube. There's got to be a link to Twitch. No. No. Is it J? Oh, it is. Yeah. I feel really bad. So I was like, people were like saying the legendary Jonathan Blow, and I thought they were just being like sarcastic or something. Where I'm like, the legendary Jonathan Blow, that's crazy. I didn't know they weren't being sarcastic. You know what I mean? So I feel bad. I've messed up. I wonder if it's probably in one of these videos. I'll have to go find when that raid was. It's like a month or something ago, and I don't really remember. I feel so bad. Oh man, I didn't realize. So yeah, he seems like he streams pretty infrequently. Well, it depends. Looks like he has streaks of like a lot of streams, and then doesn't stream for like a week. Crank session. This is like cramming. Yeah. Well, I messed up big time, guys. Anyways, where are the achievements? Okay, we need to start working on these. One of those things. Let's see, what we need for these. I think the resolution for the achievement icons is like 256. Let's go take a look. Lured in. Where is it? There it is. Ready. And then it's under, I think it's Steamworks. Achievements. We'll have to figure out localization. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, but okay, so this should be 256 by 256. So yeah. So we can just start adding them in here. And we have to have one that's the locked version and the unlocked version, so it's gonna be kind of annoying. Progress stats. So if they're 20 or 256 by 256, we can probably upscale them from a smaller resolution. Like draw them in, you know, 32 or whatever. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Probably 32, because it needs to be a multiple of 256. So either we do 64 or 32. If we do like a decent border, we could probably make 64 work. So how would the border look in this? I think that'd be fine. Imagine the clicker dev adding drawing 500 of these. They must have some kind of like automated tool that makes it easier for them to create them. Because if you look at the cookie clicker icons, it's clear that they're all very like basic. So I think what they do is they just like have a tool where they just have the same background on every single achievement and just drop in, you know, select file, and then you put it in and it automatically generates the locked and unlocked versions. Like there's no way they spent through and manually assembled all of these, right? At least that's my guess. Which I actually literally thought about doing this for Lured In too, right? Where I was like, what if I just kind of make an icon and then throw them all in? So I still might do that, who knows? And then I can just export them straight out of Godot at like a high resolution and automatically create the grayscale version with the modulate. And you know what? I could use it for other games too. Let's do it. And also something we can use it for too is Twitch emotes and Twitch sub badges. So let's do it. Achievement maker. Is it I before E? Or is it achievement? No, it's achievement. Okay, I'm just making sure. Let's get this, guys. It'll be easy. Because what I do is I can just click run and then like load the image and export. Like you can save in Godot as a PNG. So this will be really easy for us. I'll probably save time doing this way. I'm just gonna make a scene called main. could do it as a user interface. I'll do 2D. I'll just do a regular node. Then add a canvas layer. Oops. Right. Add a... So we're going to have a camera in here. And this has to be a very specific... Actually, it's just a... It's a canvas group, so we don't need a camera. Because what I'll do is just force a particular resolution in the window. So I'll just say viewport width and height is 256, right? And I could even like create them larger, but then we'll have to downscale anyways. So let's just do 256 and change all this stuff. So I want, where is it? Yeah, set to disabled, no stretch mode, keep aspect ratio, integer scaling, probably. Let's go fractional. So now I won't be able to resize it, I don't think. Or where is it in here? There's like a resizable off. So let's watch this. I should be able to just open this and it'll create a tiny little window like this. Yeah. And then I can just run save image a bunch or save PNG. Because we can do that in here. Let's go into main. Change this to canvas layer. And what it's called, like save. I can't remember what it is. Image.save PNG or something. What is the function called? It's compressed. Load from PNG. Right here. Save. Yeah, it is save PNG. I don't know why I can't. So we'll just have a texture in here. I don't know why save PNGs, whatever. All right, and then we'll have a list of like assets or something. So I guess I'll make that as a folder and we'll just loop through. Call it a, well, I'll just put it in the main folder. So I'm gonna say var achievements, right? And we're gonna have different names and stuff for these. So let's just start going through. So trader is gonna be to kill grandpa. I still have to make the icons for a lot of these, but let's do Einstein because that's a super easy one. It's just the research icon, right? Reload some stuff there. I could probably also just import this into Lurden, but we have to do some weird window scaling settings, so I probably won't, because it'll just be a little funny. Now, how do I capture an image from a canvas layer? I might have to do that from a camera. I can't remember how to do it. But I want to do this on a control node. Let me see if there's a way I can convert this into a texture. I don't know if there is or not. There's get canvas, just gets an RID. Now there's a custom viewport. Maybe I can grab this from the viewport node. Because I think I can get a viewport texture. Like get viewport texture or something. Get screen. Get texture, yeah. So I can just call get texture a bunch. So I'm gonna say for I, or for ID, or for name, or achievement name and achievements, right? Data is equal to achievements at index, achievement name. And we're just gonna loop through all those. So I don't even really need to know the name. And then I'll figure out what the border image is and stuff, right? And we'll place that down. So we can kind of assemble everything here. So we'll have a texture rect in the background. All of these are going to be set to full rect. This is going to be background. Duplicate it. This one's going to be border. And then we're going to have two in the middle. So this one's going to be shadow. And I'd love to have one that's like, has a blurred out shadow of the sprite. Still don't know if there's an easy way to do that one, so we'll have to see. And border actually is probably going to be a 9-slice rect. And then what I want to do on all of these is probably... I need to desaturate them. So I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'll probably just use a shader. Where I could convert it into HSV and set the saturation as 0. Or there's probably just a really easy, if I go to Godot shaders, a black and white shader. Oops. Let's go find one. Whoa. Whoa, spatial shaking. Whoa, it's just too cool. Okay. I'm not being sarcastic, it is actually really cool. Fake cube shader, oh my god. Frostbite. How do people do it, man? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, where's the black and white shader? Gotta be here. It's practically a guarantee. So what does this do here? So we get original color. And we set a threshold. Okay, well, let's just mess around with this and see what it looks like. I'm going to duplicate this guy, and we'll figure out how to do the shadow. I'm going to call this icon. Call this icon shader. Throw it in. I just want to make sure this works, so if we have this here... See, it's really dark for some reason. That's sort of the problem, right? Do I want to settle these to 1? Or like 0.5? It just looks odd. I think I'm just going to do what I said I was going to do. Where I convert to an HSV first. And I think I actually have this code inside of Lurden. In our color swap shader. Where I have a function to convert to HSV. We're not in color swap. I thought I did. It was in one of these. Not the... Maybe the hair? Nope. Image blur. Kuhara. Rain, selection, shader, shadow, silhouette. Yeah, I might not have it in here. Well, let's look it up. Convert color to HSV shader. And I know there's probably somebody that's done this already. I think you're probably just dividing each value by like 3 or something. I don't really know. I know there's like an easy way to do it. I just need like a hue shift shader. Yeah, right here. So let's go back into the other project. So let's close the game for a minute. Boom. So this is just changing the hue, but now I can say change shift amount to saturation. I really just need like a HSV shader. Like, let's just get that, shall we? HSV. Here we go. I don't really need exposure, but... I mean, this one is pretty straightforward. Well, I like how this one is. It's like the same one. So let's see, that's changing X, which is hue. So we want to change a Y. So now watch. Nope. I don't want this clamp to 360. I don't know why it's like that. Well, I guess it's because it's like degrees or something. And let's change this away from 2 to 1. Let's just say it's equal to 0. It's a float. 0.5. That doesn't work at all. Okay, I'll just grab one here, whatever. This one. Boom. All right, now I can change all these values. So saturation. Very saturated. Or no saturation, which is -1. So you can see what that looks like here. Works pretty well. Got an ad going soon, so my apologies. Then we got value, exposure, which is a little janky. Then hue doesn't do anything when we have no saturation. Alrighty, so hopefully this should work and I can just set saturation to 0 and decrease value a little bit or something. That'll be like the locked variant, right? Okay. So now in here we're gonna do both variants. So I'm gonna get all our data, do this stuff, and then I'm gonna say save PNG, and then change it to the locked version, which is when I'm gonna say icon dot set shader dot material, that's set shader parameter. Saturation to -1. And here we have to make sure it's set to 0. So we're going to save this as the achievement name. And is this saved like relative to @path? So we have to actually pass in user. Plus achievement name. Plus .png. That should be it there. Let me call this again and then say this is locked, right? Okay, and really quick, I just want to say SVG here and say this is icon, right? Reload that just to make sure it works. Get rid of that guy down there. Okay. So we now have this. So when we run this, we should see everything get saved, or we should see two versions get saved. And save PNG is a null value. Why is that? Oh, because I'm not actually setting the texture. So I need to set all the stuff. And then say await get tree dot process frame to update it all. And then I say, so I don't need to say texture up here. I'm just going to say text as a type of image is equal to viewport dot get texture. And get texture returns a viewport texture, so I need to say, which is a type of texture, texture 2D. I don't know if this one has a save. I think it's only the image. So dot get image. Okay. Get viewport get texture. And then now I'm going to call it on these guys. Oh, then I guess also here we're going to say canvas icon.texture is equal to achievements at index, or we already have it, data.icon. Let's see if this works. And then here we do the same thing again where we await and then save it. Let's try it out. Head to hay now. See you tomorrow. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. I don't know why load for cache is null. Okay, so it ran. Theoretically, it should have done it now. What I'm going to do is at the end, I'm also just going to open up our user folder conveniently for us. So I'm going to say os dot console, what is it called again? Oh yeah, dot shell open. And the path is going to be user. So it should automatically open up the user folder. Oops. How do I open that? I might have to like get... Because yeah, it doesn't know what the path is. Let's see here. I need to say like os.get user data dir. And then we can open that. Let's try that. Did it work? Yes, it did. So yeah, look, it generated 2 images here. We have Einstein. Always with photos. And for some reason, it's just black. So that's a little weird. I don't know why it's just black. Why is it black? I mean, we can see in here it's not black. Oh yeah, we also... Or actually, these don't matter because it's achievements, but... Why is it black? So I'm saying get viewport.get texture. Oh, it might be completely black or outdated if used too early. Especially when used in... Oh, okay, I have to await a rendering frame. That makes more sense. So we're going to settle that stuff and then await a render frame. And then save and do the same thing again down here. Await another render frame. Oops. So texture is equal to that. All right, let's try this now. There we go. Look at that, guys. We can now easily generate all of our achievement icons. I don't have to go in and manually edit these. I just put in the icons and it says done. So I think this is going to be a lot easier. I don't have to do all the garbage. So yeah, now I just have to actually throw in the icons and the borders and everything. Really not that hard. So let's go do it. So go into sprites and we can figure out what icons we want for each one. Shouldn't be too hard. This will be a really nice way for me to kind of bulk create these. And not only for Lured In, honestly, but for any game. That's what's nice about this. Where is my science icon? I don't know. I hate all these import files already in here. Wish those would just be invisible. All right. Icon research. So now we set it as that's the icon. And we'll have to change like the spacing on this stuff. Because what's going to happen is it's going to be full size right now, like that. Also, let's change our rendering properties. So it's like textures defaults. Use nearest mip map. Default texture filter, nearest. There we go. And for sizing in here, we'll keep this at center. And we know this is 256, so let's say 128 at least. Maybe we go to 192. Like that. All right. So let's go ahead and draw a border. I think we'll just do like a little bit larger for the border, but not that much larger. So like probably 64 would be fine. And we'll figure out what we want it to look like. So we'll have like that. We could do like a wood border maybe or something. I want it to feel cozy. We'll see what this kind of border looks like. And we're just going to do this because I don't need all this stuff on the inside. Let's see, it'll have to be like this. And it being a 9 slice does mean I will have to upscale this to the proper resolution. That's not a big deal. Right, let's save this as border. We'll have to go find that project folder now. Achievement maker. PNG. Border. So now I can go in here. Boom. And set the border. Alright, so obviously way too small. But let's decorate it a little bit first. So I'm thinking something like this. Round out the corners. And then I want to have like some nails in here. Maybe just 1 pixel. And then have like a shadow. Right, something like that. Okay. And scale to double the size. At least. We might need to do actually a lot more than double. Because I think this is going to be like yeah, quite a bit. See, that's still way too tiny. I think we're going to have to go to like 4 times or something. Until it's like about like 64, yeah. Like this should probably be enough though. So we want to set 24 margins. It's pretty good. It's still maybe even a little bit too small, interestingly. So, I mean, let's just figure out what we're scaling up to. So this one is at, it's going from 32 to 192. So we want to scale that up quite a bit. 192 divided by 32 is 6 times. So it should be the same here. So if we're starting at 12, we want to say 12 times 6. And theoretically, that should be the right size. Now, if we do that, though, I think this is too thick. Right? So let's do this. Move these around. All right, now scale times 6. That doesn't seem right. It's only 64. What size is this? I guess it was 16. Or no, it was 8. So I might have to do even more than that, and we'll see what happens. So is that the right pixel aspect? I think. It's hard to say. I mean, the icon, it's up to 192. Okay, so I just did it wrong, I think. I have to say 256 divided by the total size, which is 8 or whatever. Or no, it's 10. No, it's 14 wide. Okay. So we want to say 256 divided by 14. So it should scale up. Does that seem right? Or no, 14 divided by 256? Wait, how do I want to do this? 18 times? But I feel like this seems correct. Like almost. It's almost perfectly fine. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. I mean, what I could do, I guess, is keep everything in the proper size and then render the image larger. That's kind of hard to do. Because I'd have to add in, like, another viewport, I think. And then if I want to do, like, higher resolution shadows, it kind of breaks all that, so we'll keep it like this for now. I do need to figure out how to do a shadow, because I want to blur the texture, and I don't really know if there's a good blur. Like, there's blurs that work, like, I don't know, maybe one of these will work. Let's try it out. Yeah, I might just have to use like a color rec to do it properly. And I can't see anything. So let's create a color rect. Set it to full. And re-add that material. Blur. That's going to go behind icon and shadow, get rid of the material. And it's invisible, apparently. Interesting. Here, what's this one? I mean, is it just the same thing where we add it to a color rect? I don't know. It doesn't say. I wish there was just one that worked on the asset, right? I mean, this one uses a screen texture, so it seems like, yeah. And that's just broken. Don't know what's going on there. Oh, you can kind of see it back there, but it's like deformed. Maybe it'll be okay when you actually launch the game. Oh yeah, it actually is. Okay, a little weird. So what we can do then is give this a new shader that'll just completely darken it to nothing. Darken. Right? And what we're going to say here is just color is equal to color. And also say color.a is equal to, or let's just set RGB, right? And then say uniform vec3 color. So now we just set that to black like that, and we'll rename this layer to, oops, blur. And I want this to be quite a bit stronger. Still not really that strong, though. Might need to pick a different blur filter. Because that looks kind of terrible. Hey. Yeah. Something like this is probably better. Because this is going to get our screen texture and set it to our screen texture times blur amount. Oh yeah, that's way better. Look at that. Yeah. And mix amount, so you can mix a color on top of it. Okay, and then I want to set this icon to be smaller, or this shadow, because it's kind of weird right now. So I'm going to say ignore size. Set it to center. And what does it look like at 192? Honestly, at 192 seems pretty good. Then we can choose what background color we want. I feel like it'd be cool if it was like maybe a gradient or something. Gradient texture 1D. Should make this a 2D texture. Oops. And then we can go from some different blue colors. Like maybe from a bright blue to a darker blue or something. Then move these around. So this is one option. Now obviously this won't be in black and white mode to begin with, it'll be like that. So this should make everything black and white. Unless it doesn't. So I realize I only applied this hue shift here. So that doesn't really work. So I guess I can apply the same hue shift to all of these. Because the border won't ever have a shader. And a shadow doesn't need to be hue shifted. Right? Or what I'll do is just copy this material so that it's like it's the same material on all these different nodes on the background and everything. And that should, whenever I change the gray value, it should make all of it black and white. Oh yeah, look at that. So check it out, guys. We got freaking generated icons. And I think I'll make it so it also darkens up the locked one too a little bit. Because it's a little bright. So we'll say set our saturation, and then also let's set our value to maybe exposure is what we want. Set that to like 0.3 instead. Then over here we'll set it back up to 0.5, which is the default. Let's try it out. Still might be a little bit bright. Oh, I did it inverse, didn't I? This is the non-locked one. So this one should be 0.5. Then apparently a brighter value seems to be darker with exposure. It's a little weird, but if I do this now, we should see that happen. Oh yeah, so locked, unlocked. It happens in like the blink of an eye. We don't even like get to see it process. So there's that guy and this guy, the locked one. Very cool. And I'll probably do the same shadow effect on the border here as well. So I'll paste as a child, call it border shadow, and get the same material here, paste it on that border. Oops, I didn't actually copy the material. Copy material. Huh? Oh, there we go. So now we have that border around there too. And now I can also control the blur value a little bit more here. We still have mix amount. I don't need to do that. I can make it blur a little bit less, just so it's a little more clear what's happening. Like 2.5 feels like a pretty good value. So this is what we end up with. Pretty good. Then we can generate these. Our epic little icons. Very cool. Oh, this is gonna be so much easier to make achievements this way. I wasn't looking forward to drawing these, and I think that was kind of the reason I was afraid of approaching them, because it's just so much work to go through every single one of these and manually draw an icon. So doing it this way is gonna be eons faster for me. And if we really wanted to do a custom one for one of these, we can, but I think this is just gonna be better. How many unlocks do you have? I haven't been around for Lurd and Dev in a bit. Yeah, well, this is just for achievements right now, which is what this system's for. It's going to be for all these different achievements ideas that we have in here. So this is just one of them. But I'm going to try and add in hopefully at least like 10, maybe 15 before launch, which is in 1 week. So I don't have that long to do that. But yeah, we can go into here. We've got a lot of things now. We added in lures, which is a whole new kind of branch of the research tree. So those are all in the game now. That adds in like 5 new things at least. There's also the Synergy Ascension. There's a bunch of new upgrades for your tools. There's upgrades for your sponge now to increase its like power and size. There's a lot. You can see all the lure stuff in here. We've got all these little miscellaneous new ones. The Coral Reef Zone, which I might change the icon for the Coral Reef. I realize it's just the copy of the ocean. But Ascension has synergies there. There's also the whole new system of expanding your aquarium now. So if you want to place down new tanks, you have to buy an expansion, and that like unlocks a new section of your aquarium to buy tanks in. So now you can buy some new tanks for that area. Yeah, it's definitely come a long ways from the early days 6 months ago. It's probably wild, like looking back at one of those old streams and just seeing how basic the game was, you know? Like I bet if I went over there, we can probably find the first stream I ever did of Lurd In. I guess we've been doing them for a little while. I don't think we did any back here. I think at this point we were still only doing Deadlift and Starground. But then at some point in here I decided to do Lurd In stuff. And I was working on Lurd In on the side before I actually streamed it. I think this is the first one. Let's see what I said about it. Might have done one before this, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff we still need to do. The game. Hopefully though we can Lurd In, get the playtest going pretty soon. Yo, what's up, bro? Welcome in. Got off before or not? So yeah, what day was this? This is in January. That's around when I like really started working on things in here. It's pretty basic. The fishing mechanics were all broken. And there's like a weird random square in the middle. Oh man. I still have these old builds and stuff of the game. Like I have every build I've ever exported of Lurd In. Same with Starground and Deadlift and any game I've ever made. I like doing that just because it's really cool to cycle back through and look at these old builds. So this is the first build that I actually exported. Oops, that's the Linux one. 1.2. I think it is, actually. It might not be. Let me look in the Lurd In folder. No, I haven't put them in there yet. But yeah, we can look at this one and try it out. It might corrupt my save file. We'll see what happens. Yeah, also excited to see launch. Best of luck. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, this is a little after that stream when I exported for the first time, because I think I worked on it until the game was playable, which now finally at this point it was. You can't pick up customers. I have a bunch of knoll fish in here, because those are new fish in the new version that can't be properly displayed here. I bet if I sold them or moved them, the game would probably instantly crash. All these things, the old research tree, pretty basic. Ascension. Then all these zones. On the fishing mechanics, just a little broken. That casting feels weird. It's like odd. And the tip of the rod goes right to my mouse, which feels really weird. Boom, fish caught. There's no like pop-up or anything, just instant. Yeah, it's pretty an archaic version of the game. But add some fish in here. All the sounds were slightly different. Before, decorations were not a thing that you could place down yourself. You just buy tank decorations and it just builds up. And I'm glad I made that change so you could actually place your own, because it's kind of boring just having like an upgrade tree for that. But yeah, anyways, it's a much different game now. Dang, this looks amazing. Art is actually so nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. The art has been really fun. I felt like I've really been able to kind of stretch my legs a little bit with the art in this game, because it's like just approaching a whole new project. You have that opportunity to like really change your core art principles. So like a lot of the things I've done in this is like I've utilized anti-aliasing a lot more, and I think I've liked how the sprites have turned out with that. You know, I mean, looking at these, you can see like I don't think I've overdone it too bad with any particular sprite or anything. But just zooming in on some of these, you can see some spots where I like add in little anti-aliasing pixels. Not really any in these, the tanks and stuff. But if I open up like one of these decorations, well, specifically, usually most of the icons are more heavy with that. Like this little note icon I did kind of recently, and it's got a bunch going on here. But this is the good thing about anti-aliasing. It's best when you can't really even notice it. You know what I mean? So if it's hard for me to spot specifically where it is, that's a good thing. But you can see a little tiny bit in a lot of these. Like I've got these little like pixels here along the edge. Some of these also have like semi-transparent outline pixels like this does right here and stuff. So yeah, I just like how those all turned out. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little sad because I don't know if I'll be doing like a lot of pixel art games, or I don't have a lot of pixel art games planned in the future, right? So I'm spending all this time like getting better at pixel art. I'm not even going to be utilizing it at all, you know, but that's just how it goes. Because I mean, next games are probably going to be either 3D or hand-drawn. Like, not pixel art, but like full resolution art, you know? So, yeah, it's probably what we're going to be doing. But oh well. Oh yeah, did I actually not put the build in? Where's the V5 build? Oh, I just forgot to make the build. Okay, let's do that now, before I forget. Version 0.5.0. I just saw an error. It just crashed. Blurred in. PCK. The Linux is missing the file. I don't know what happened there. Let's go copy it though. The API ISO. Might have accidentally deleted it or something, and that's why everything just died. I hope that didn't like really break things in here. See what happens. I'm gonna copy that again though and put it in this zip forcibly. Did it go in? I guess not. I have to like copy this, then drag it in. Okay. Now it's in here. Do I have like the other updated web? Is that the newest web? 411. I thought I had 42. 441. I think I just misnamed that. Because I've never had a 411. I think this is supposed to be 411. I just misspelled it. Okay, because it was made on the same day. See, I think that's the newest demo version of the game, as far as I can remember. So yeah, I'll have to update that eventually, but I don't know what I'm going to do with the web build of the game. I'm still not 100% sure what my plans are with that, if I'm going to take it down or... Because it's... Web is really hard to export for, and one of the big things that sucks about web is shaders tend to not behave very nicely on web, which is like sucks because shaders are awesome, you know? So I don't know what I want to do about that. Okay, yeah, I think these icons are looking pretty good. They're rendered in at 256. I might lower the blur even a little bit more. Change it to 1.5. Also, let's make this embedded because I don't need it to be floating every single time. That's a nice amount of blur, just enough to soften the look of it, but not so much that it looks like messy and dense. Okay. What was the principle of architecting and designing such a beefy game in Godot? Like, where do you begin? I not know where to start. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, definitely, like, as time goes on, I realize the most difficult part about development is design, you know? The programming, the actual writing of code is like nothing. It's just all about the architecture of how the code is set up and, you know, that's like the only thing that matters, which is interesting. I definitely wouldn't have thought that at a previous time in my programming career. You know, I would have been like, the code is so important and the design I'll figure out later, but no. But definitely one of the big things is like, I think it's important to break up your game into what like parts are going to be in it. So like, I always think about like, okay, you know, lured in, it's gonna have whatever fish as items, it's gonna have upgrades, and so doing that, I'm able to think about that and break those things up into data tables. And data tables have been like extremely helpful for me in organizing the project, because here's the thing. You want to keep everything data driven because it becomes so much easier for you to add things into the game. Also, it's easier for people to mod the game, but that's kind of like a secondary benefit. And like, let's say I change the name of a fish or something. If I'm not keeping the game data driven, it's going to corrupt people's saves then in every little minor update. I mean, you saw that when we open up the old version, there are some null fish in there. But I was able to use the same save file, both in an old version, and I could go into an old version and make a save, and then go through every version of Lured In, and everything just works fine. And that's because it's data-driven. Because these IDs on things I never ever change, right? LI Cobweb will always be that forever. And if I want to change the name of the cobweb, I do that in the name field instead. So you're pulling the new relevant data, but you still have the same identifier for what a thing is, if that makes sense. So like, let's say the goldfish, I want to change the sprite or the values or the name or whatever. If it's data driven like this, and I have a little section of its data, then everything stays nice and compatible. It's backwards compatible. Every version is backwards compatible to every version. You know what I mean? I've never had any change in the game that's completely game breaking, which is nice. And it'll probably stay that way forever. So yeah, look into data-driven, like, programming, because it's just so much better. You know? It's what a lot of these games do now, like especially Minecraft is becoming more and more data driven as Mojang goes through and fixes up their old bad code. But basically you have these like structured systems to add in things, right? You have like all this data stored and then you just call on that data. So you're not like hard coding anything in. So yeah, like some people like data driven stuff is where I'm trying to go for my strategy stuff. Yeah, I would absolutely say like data driven is so good. So it's just so much better. Like basically keeping your like logic code separate from your like information, you know? And just that alone is like just an enormous help to everything. Like it makes everything easier for me to add into the game, you know? Like let's say I want to go add in a fish. Like I'll walk through the pipeline, right? I go to the item table. I have to draw an icon and that's it. Boom. New fish added. I call this guy Cool Goober. He's in the game. I can open the game right now and Cool Goober will show up. He's going to appear in the coral reef. That's it. You know, this is what's so great about data driven. It's like for me to add in content is like instant. The only thing that takes time for me is just drawing the sprite. And like I have to go through and change his name and description, but this is what's so amazing about data driven development. Is like you're automating this import process for yourself. I don't have to go through and into the code and add support for a new fish type. I just copy it and add it and it's just done. It's so much better. So yeah, I think it's definitely the way to go about things. And you don't have to necessarily do the IDs as a string. I like it as a string because it means I can add in these keys without having to go back to the enum and add a new enum entry. So I just use strings. And some people might argue that strings are slower, and they're probably right. But it doesn't matter. Unless you're doing like millions of operations in your game on strings, it's never going to have any kind of meaningful performance hit. Learning runs at like 500 FPS, so clearly whatever I'm doing is fine performance-wise. I think you could run this game on an extremely old computer and you'd be okay. So, but yeah, data-driven is so cool and people need to do it all the time. I'm definitely going to keep developing things in this way, you know, because it's just, the benefits to me are so obvious. Like, it's so much better. Alexa, fan on. Other things that like other design principles I think that are really helpful is like state machines and stuff like that. A state machine is sort of like you have these like states that a system can be inside of, right? And it's pretty straightforward. I think sometimes people overcomplicate the concept of a state machine. And it's just like you don't have to. So basically it's like you can be one of these things. Either sleeping, eating, or you know, whatever. And that's literally like what I did with the puppy I just added. And it makes it really easy to control what's happening in the game because you can just say, be in this state now. So the puppy has 3 different states, or I guess 4 actually. So if you look over here, these are its states, right? Idle, running, petting, and sleeping. So it can be in one of those 4 states, right? And so it's really easy. Like you can look through here and it's not really that much code I have going on here. Like this is all of the code. It's not even inherited from another script. So, and with this code, he can run around and navigate and do all the stuff he needs to do. So I've just got some code here checking if getting a random navigation point, making sure he's not like colliding with things. And then all I'm doing to do all of his like logic is just setting these states, right? So I'm like, okay, if you're moving, set state running. If you're sleeping, set state sleeping. Like it's very easy for me to control his behaviors this way. So states are a good design philosophy, I think, for almost anything that can do multiple things. You know, NPCs, little dog creatures like this, you know, anything that moves around and like interacts with its environment, definitely use a state. And you could even do states for stuff like UI. It's like good to know, is the UI node currently open? Is it closed? Is it like transitioning like with an animation currently? It's good to have a state kind of explaining what's happening to you in your code. So that's another big thing, I would say. I should probably use states even more. Also, another like this is just purely sort of like a formatting thing. It's not necessarily logic bound, but one thing I've been doing a lot more of with my writing of code is early returns. So we can go find a bunch of them if I search for return in here somewhere. So like, for example, right here, where I call an early return here if a statement can't be ran, or if there's like something blocking something from happening, you just call return immediately in a function. Normally what I did in the past is I would wrap everything underneath a massive if statement, right? And still, if statements are necessary for some situations, but in a lot of spots here, you can just return. And it's great for optimizing performance of things. If there's like a function that shouldn't run, you just immediately return. You don't have to check anything else. And it's just very, like, it keeps your code nice and clean too, I think. A lot of these functions, it's just like, you read the very top of the function and realize, okay, what are the conditions that stop the function from running? And then boom, onto the code that runs, right? So definitely utilize early returns a lot. It's something I didn't really think to do, you know, when I was a worse programmer a long time ago, but now I realize it's a very good design pattern. I use this all over the entire project, like everywhere. I have like a million different returns. I think this is inside of a shader, but yeah, use early returns. Carrie's pretty new to all this. A wide dictionary for the tables and not resources, just to not have a lot of extra files. That's pretty much the reason. It's just much more agile for me to have it in a dictionary. Everybody always comes in here and is like, you should use resources. And resources do have some benefits, but really at the end of the day, they're doing the exact same thing. A resource has some variables and some data. Like, I guess with a resource, you could inject functions into there to do stuff, and it's cool. It's neat that you can do that with a resource, but also I can just do that with a singleton. So it's not really like a big issue for me or anything. I don't know what functions I would even put in there, because there's not like a lot of sheer data processing that I'd need to do. But what I like about this is I don't have to go in here and find a resource and duplicate it and relink the script and all this garbage. I just Control V, Control C, Control V, and new fish is in the game. I mean, literally I can like, it takes me 4 seconds to add in a new fish. And that's just like the code or the setup. I mean, I still have to go draw the asset and stuff and rename the description and settle the properties, but I just think it's so much faster for me development speed-wise to do it this way. There's nothing wrong with using resources. You definitely could do that. But I just don't bother. I think it's just faster to use a dictionary, and I like how I can just, like, these keys, I change it and boom, it's in now, you know? It's also easier to access this data because this is just in a dictionary, and I can just call items or whatever, .li fish ugu, you know, .get, like this, and boom, I get that data immediately. Like, obviously you can make yourself helper functions to retrieve your resources, but it's very fast to do it this way. I don't have to like be loading in the resource and find it, you know. Everyone will have their reasons for using a resource versus a dictionary and stuff, but maybe one day I'll explore using resources just for fun to see like how I like it, if it is something that I end up like wanting to use, but I don't know. I think everything's been going fine with dictionaries so far, so. What does the setup look like? So I do actually create a resource. The whole table that items is a resource, But it's just that I store all of the fish in one resource instead of many resources. So I load in, I also have some defaults in here. So like if I don't specify these keys, they automatically get filled out. It's really good to have defaults set for error checking, you know, so your game is more stable. And it just keeps all these dictionaries smaller. So on initiate, I merge all those defaults in just in case they aren't there already. Then I have a singleton that has references to all these different tables here. So I say items table right here, and then this is where I instantiate the items table. I just say load the items table. So whenever I want to access that items table, I say items table.get, and you can see all these spots where I'm getting data here. So like this is when you start a mini game, I have to know the rarity of the fish you caught or you're about to catch to choose the background for the mini game. So I just pass in the fish ID, and now I get the rarity, you know, right here, get the info about the rarity, and then now I know, is it common, blah, 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 and I can choose what the background color is. So that's how I use it. It's really straightforward. It's not very hard at all to set up. Yeah, I do have to end stream here. We've been going for about 4 hours, but yeah, I'm glad I got that little tool set up. I'll just have to go through now and set up all the icons for each achievement. And I think I can get that done tonight, which will be great. So, oh, I left the Ugo fish, right? Let's go remove that guy, shall we? Yeah, don't want him there. There we go. Yeah, hopefully all that helps, though. There's so many different ways you can design your game, you know? And so I definitely would look around and ask other people too. These are just the ways that I found and what seems to work for me, but there's so many ways to do it. That's one of the things that's so nice and cool about making games and projects and just doing things, is that you have a billion ways to do it, you know? And there's no like right or wrong way to do something. It's not wrong to use a dictionary, like it's not wrong to use a resource, right? So you can do whatever you want. Yeah, let's go raid Hypnotic. You know, and everything has a pro and con, so it's always important to keep that in mind. But anyways, let's get this raid going. Thank you everybody for coming in. Yeah, we got 1 week until Lured In comes out, so feel free to wish list it. We'll be live again tomorrow, 3:30 MDT. Feel free to join the Discord. And yeah, it's gonna be it for today. Thank you for the links. But yeah, anyways, thank you everybody for coming in. See all you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your days or nights. Bye everybody. Bye-bye.